I wonder when Zan is coming.
He's coming soon. Speaker.声音调大一点。Can you speak？ 听得到吗？Hello, hello.
we need to evacuate the meeting place is in front of the Lotus Pond near the Pilgrim Lodge. So morning tea will be provided in the dining hall. There has been some changes to lunch. So all conference attendees will be joining us for lunch now in the dining hall. So have I missed anything? Okay, so that's everything for now. So we're just experiencing a few small delays that hopefully will be with you soon. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Thanks for your patience. So we will now please start proceedings of the ASA conference. In the spirit of reconciliation, the Australian Sangha Association recognises the Darug Nation traditional owners and custodians of this land in which we gather, work and together. We pay our respects to elders past, present and senior knowledge holders, cultural heritage, spiritual connection to earth, sea and sky, and to truth telling. A particular welcome to all the monastics and our lay supporters and guests of our conference for 2024. And so today we have 4 speakers and then breakout in the afternoon, breakout session at 4 p.m. And then of course, this morning we also have our AGM after morning tea. So particular welcome to the Most Reverend Venerable Miao Yu, Abbess here at Nantien Temple, who's going to be addressing the significance of Nantien Temple as they celebrate 30 years here. Venerable Miao Yu is a qualified, experienced and engaging teacher. She received her training from the Meditation College of Huangshan Monastery in Taiwan. Since returning to Australia in 2003, she continues to teach and expound humanistic Buddhism and living charm meditation at Nantien Temple. Venerable Miao Yu is Director and Company Secretary of Nantien Institute, responsible for the initial development, instruction and operations of Nantien Institute. Nantien Institute is Australia's first institute of higher learning, offering postgraduate degrees grounded in humanistic Buddhist wisdom and values. Venerable was a member of the training committee of the Australian Association of Buddhist Counsellors and Psychotherapists, ACPAP, and a Sangha lecturer and guest lecturer on ethics for the Sydney Business School of the University of Wollongong for the Executive MBA program. He also taught Chai Chi and meditation to inmates at the Illawarra Corrections Service Centre at Unadera for more than 2 years before it closed. Venerable Miao Yu assisted in the inception of the wellness program of the Lake Illawarra Police Department and still maintains a good working relationship with the Illawarra Police Department. So thank you very much, and please, we're honoured that you are our opening speaker for today.
Very comprehensive introduction. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodian of the land on which we meet, live and study. The Yuwadi people of the Dharawa country. I also pay respects to elders, past, present, and emerging, and extend this respect to all any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people that are present here today, and also online. So thank you very much, and I'd like to welcome all of you here today. It's great to see you again, and it's an honor for us to hold the Australian Sangha Association here. So on behalf of Abbess Venerable Minka, the Chief Abbess of Australia and New Zealand, I'd like to welcome all of you here, and I hope we have a very productive meeting. So the people online as well, I'd like to welcome you here joining us virtually. So I can start by, I'm the first speaker for the day. So I like to, I have a PowerPoint presentation. So if I may move.
Yeah, it's still some like issues with getting the presentations open.
Can we get rid of that thing? We show everything.
Yeah, I don't know why this message is coming out.
There is something essential. Yeah. That slideshow and from the beginning, from the beginning, from the beginning, and that there is something that is shown. And the most venerable Ajahn Brahm, University General, and all the most venerables here today. Thank you for joining our ASA meeting. So I have up to 9:30 to present the significance of the Nantian Temple and what we have done here so far in the 30 years. So,
Notes.
we told what to do.
Is that good?
Now it's showing. I think
Like to see here.
I'll control this. Thank you. So the 19th temple picked its site and between the mountains and the sea. And we are in the middle of two Aboriginal sacred sites, Mount Kembla and Mount Kira. So I always said that the 19th temple puts Wollongong on the map. Because if not for the 19th temple, the Wollongong would only be known for its beaches and BHP and the coal mines. So because we have 19th temple here in the Wollongong region, we have brought many millions of tourists to the region, which enrich the economic scene of the Illawarra and Wollongong region. So who are we? 19th Temple for Huangshan. So we are a global Buddhist organization founded by Venerable Master Xing Yun, or I should say the late Venerable Master Xing Yun, who passed away 5th of February last year. So we missed him a lot, but nevertheless, his spirit and his legacy is always with us in our hearts. So we are founded in 1967 by Venerable Master Xing Yun, and our headquarters are in Taiwan. So we have, as you can see, that we have many relationships with the rest of the Buddhist temples in the world. So as of today, we probably have about 300 temples in the world. And we have many lay organizations, which we call the Buddhist Life International Association. We have the World Chapter HQ in Los Angeles, and there are actually many headquarters and chapters all around the world. Besides the Nantian Temple, we have also the Nantian Institute, which we have established back in 2011. And we also have the Xing Yun Foundation, which is our educational initiative who engage in cultural exchange, arts, and providing scholarships to the Nantian Institute. So between the Nantian Temple and the Nantian Institute, we are spanned across by a bridge, which is about 200 meters. So what does this 200 meters of bridge mean to us? It provides the link between new and old, east and west, tradition and modernity. And it gives us a lot of encouragement to be able to rise above, giving monastics and non-monastics the opportunity to study and to explore Buddhism on an academic level. So education, there are different levels of education, of course, from social education, the special religious education, devotees education, and monastic education, and lastly is the academic tertiary education for the institute students. So on special religious education, we also provide teachers training as in the Buddhist College of New South Wales, and we also have been accredited by the Department of Education for our special religious training. So when we come to talk to the Nantian Institute, talk about Nantian Institute, we were established in 2011. We are the first accredited higher education provider grounded in humanistic Buddhist values and wisdom. We launched in 2011 at the Nantian Temple, and then we later opened the building in 2015. But this is the first building opened by a Prime Minister of Australia for a higher education provider. So we are very honored to have the opening by Prime Minister, and he was Tony Abbott at that time. So when we opened the building, Master Se Yun said that we call this institute Nantian. So the Nantian Institute is where youths will learn from eminent and virtuous teachers. So on this day, which is the 1st of March, 2015, that's the day of Chinese-Australian cultural exchange. Multicultural harmony bears witness to peace. So in his mind, education was an important dream of his, because he has never ever formally went to a school. So for him, education is of primary importance. And he actually founded 5 higher education and universities around the world, Nantian being the 4th member of the university consortium. So LA, we have 1 called University of the West, 2 in Taiwan, Fudan University and Nanhua University. We are the 4th member, and the 5th member is in Philippines. So this is a span across to link the temple with the institute by a bridge. And we are the first private owner of this private bridge built across 6-lane motorway. So it took us 17 years in the negotiation, but only 1 year to build. So what do Nantian Institute offer? We offer postgraduate studies in applied Buddhist studies, mental health, health and social well-being, and humanistic Buddhism. So we also offer scholarships for humanistic Buddhism. So any of our monastics would like to come and do some courses in humanistic Buddhism or mindfulness theory and practice, you'll be welcome. And we have just a few weeks ago launched a graduate certificate in applied mindfulness. So I would say that this is the first accredited graduate certificate course in applied mindfulness, which is accepted by government and agencies. So Nantian Temple, Nantian Institute welcomes students from many diverse backgrounds. So as you can see, we have monks from China, Bhutan, Nepal, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, and our students come from all over the world, and even the Philippines. So you can see that that's a really cultural exchange in here. Okay, the next level of education is our youth, the Scouts, which have activities in all our branch temples weekly. Personal growth and development, we also have annual Camp Paradise for our youth. And we encourage everyone to practice the 3 acts of goodness by saying good words, do good deeds, and think good thoughts, all in that to support and one another and to practice kindness. In terms of general education, we have our meditation practice, our meditation retreats, which we offer monthly, either 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days at the Nantian Institute. So anyone at the Nantian Temple, so anyone who are who had some spare time, could always come and do one of these retreats with us. So all that on personal journey of self-discovery and growth. In terms of culture exchange, this is one thing that I think we do quite well in the Nantian Temple. That's Darling Harbour. We have our annual Buddha's birthday celebrations all around, not just Darling Harbour, but in all the states of Australia. And multicultural performances and food was a very important part of the culture exchange. And there you can see Ajahn Brahm's there. With the diversity and inclusion, people loved and enjoyed our cultural exchanges in whether Buddha's birthday or the lunar New Year celebrations. So people come from all walks of life to come in and to enrich themselves with the Chinese or Buddhist culture. So as we said, in any culture, in any religion, culture forms an important part of it. And here at the Nantian Temple, you notice that we have the stupa, the pagoda. So in the pagoda acts as a beacon of light for a lot of people that lives in the region. Because when they see the light on the way home, they must know that they must be close to home again. So in other words, it enables them to feel and have a sense of belonging in the Illawarra. Another thing we do very well is our interaction with the schools and our local community. So Hands in Harmony was a project that we did last year with the Indigenous people and the Indigenous group. So we invited about 20 schools to come in and join in our project. The project was 3 weeks, and we have welcomed more than 2,000 students. So they all have they make a vow, and they will write their vows on the hands, and then they put it around the Buddha, and so to make their wish come true. Our International Women's Day is a day that we have we celebrated the last 2 years, and we welcome more than 150 people to the Nantian Temple. So part of it is about gender equality and sustainability, the SDG goals. So Harmony Day, of course, we know that the March the 21st. That's for to celebrate the diversity that makes us Australians so special. We also have a 19-20-30 campaign, which we celebrate monthly at the Health and Wellbeing Market right across the bridge at the Nantian Institute, to invite artists and people that can display and portray their special craft, all for to create better health and well-being. We also have Tai Chi and meditation classes, which was very, very popular and welcome. So there again, this is our community engagement with the police and CPD workshops and interfaith religious groups. And the last one was here we have the Mary Sisters in Jamboree. We visited them with our friends from Taiwan, and they all have. Sorry, I went backwards. And they all enjoy the hospitality provided by the sisters so freely. So you can see the four objectives of Upanishan: Buddhist teachings through propagate Buddhist teachings through cultural activities, nurturing talents through education, benefit society through charitable programs, and purify hearts and mind through Buddhist practices. So there is more of the slides on community program and interaction. So in a very quick rundown, that was my presentation for this, what we've done in that 30 years, which is quite full on. So maybe we can spend a few minutes just going to the when I get onto the video, share the video.
I can do it.
The video is about 6 to 7 minutes long, and let's go.
This is my first time attending Camp Paradise at Mountain Temple. A lot of skills and information that they teach you here it can be applied in daily life, which I think is very useful.
Mountain Temple has been a wonderful learning program for me. I try to encourage my children at school, not just to learn Buddhism, but also to practice Buddhism. That's the most important thing.
Thank you for this opportunity to be a part of the Nantian Institute experience, and I'm proud to have graduated and changed my life, and hopefully I'll change the life of everyone in the future.
Cigarettes, and these are really bad for the environment, so we're hoping that people would not litter as much, and we hope that people have now recognized how important it is to stay alive.
It's been a truly inspirational day here at Nantian Temple on the mountain, and a continued part of our journey with Buddhism.
During the ceremony, when we bowed, my dog bowed. When we stood up, she stood up. She was becoming a Buddhist alongside me. I found that taking refuge was very important. And it's a very important step to becoming a Buddhist and learning more about the Buddhist path.
I like the tranquility of this place, it's very calm, it gives us good energy, which we use in our performance today. Hi. Thank you, peace.
It's a lot of visitors here coming in. It's good to see how multicultural we are, how there are people from different areas and from all backgrounds coming here and seeing how wonderful place this is.
I love coming here, absolutely love the energy in this place. So to have this baby blessing today, we are very grateful.
Hello, my name is Project, and I like Nantian Temple because of all the activities. I like being here because I get to find out about the culture, what they like to do, their religions, how they pray.
I have been here before for meditation, and it's something very special, and it's nice that you can come somewhere so peaceful.
We started the morning with Tai Chi, which I loved in the sunshine. It's a beautiful day, lots of people in our community, followed by meditation. And the meditation was just gorgeous, one of my favourite parts of the day. Also, we actually recited a prayer, and it was very, very heartwarming. So I'm really blessed to be a part of this wonderful event.
I might say that the community of practice has become a very private inner part of me. We have gone deeper and deeper into the examination of life, sharing experiences, and also about Dharma. And to me, Buddhism has really widened my perspective and deepen my own sense of humanity.
I've recently just completed a 3-day residential program here. This weekend has been really beneficial for me in a number of ways. I've learned so much more about Buddhism and what it means to be a practicing Buddhist, but I've also learned more about meditation and mindfulness, which I guess are really practical tools that you can use in your everyday life.
We are from Iran. We are here to visiting a temple, and it was amazing that I think children really enjoyed from the making rabbits, and it was a very nice activity for children.
Thank you for this so beautiful place where I feel calm, inspired. I'm very happy to be here together with my family and friends.
It was just wonderful. I was feeling a little bit stressed before my performance, and the meditation just really changed my mindset, and it just reminded me how powerful it can be and how thankful I am for all the wonderful people who are trying to make sure that harmony is a big part of everybody's lives, no matter who you are. It was just a wonderful day.
This is my first time at the market. It's been really good. We've done Tai Chi and meditation. It's been really relaxing, really peaceful. Environment's amazing. Definitely would recommend coming here.
And it's very peaceful, very, very nice place to come and visit. I suggest you all come and see it.
Cultural and educational event to promote diversity, inclusion and multicultural harmony. The temple has created a significant number of new partners and cultural event programs with many local association highlights included. Congratulations once again.
Well, thank you for your patience and taking time to enjoy this video with us. So before I conclude, somebody did ask me what are the challenges of maintaining temple. So what do you think our challenges are? We are all faced with the same challenges.
Venerable. A very quick flash of a slide mentioning the aging Sangha, mentioning AI.
Yeah, well, I think the aging Sangha was one of a crucial, very important aspect in our community. But I think everyone else is faced with the same issue. The thing is, as we age, we hope to also attract our younger Sangha and younger monastics onto the path. But it's a lot harder these days because people have too many distractions and they have a lot of options. And maybe they don't see it the same way as we did 20, 30, 50 years ago. People have different versions of the truth that they are seeking. They probably have different versions of like the Dharma that maybe not the original intent of Buddhism. I can also see the different denominations of Buddhists coming out just like Christianity. People pick and choose what they want, and then they call it Buddhism. So that's one of our issues. And the next one is how do we attract the younger people to become monastics? So that's another thing that we all have to probably explore on. And AI was one of them because nowadays with technology can do and achieve so much more. So we don't have to go and share and propagate the Dharma by foot, like what the late Master Xing did back in 1953. Apparently he formed a Buddhist choir because he said to attract young people we need to do what young people loves to do. Otherwise, we will sort of die a natural death. And so we don't want that to happen. So that's why we need to involve more youths, and we need to involve more scouts and things that young people love doing. So I think we all can form a committee, or maybe to explore all the ways that we can attract people onto the voters' path. So I'm just going to throw this question out there, and we all can think about it. The other one is about the future of Fokanshan. So Fokanshan's been established since 1967. And the Master Singing has just passed away about a year ago. So a lot of people see us as being quite vulnerable. But we don't think that we are, because we have all the structures and framework in place 10 years ago. And I think with our determination and the legacy passed on by Venerable Master Singing, we will continue his legacy, and we will go on. And so the next 50 years or next 100 years should not be a problem if we continue to attract young people. So that's why we are still very encouraged to continue and carry on. So we soldier on. Thank you for your attendance. Before I go, Venerable Chairway said that if anybody is interested to visit the Nantian Institute, she will be there at 12 o'clock to take us on the tour. It will take about half an hour. So, yeah. So you're all welcome. And where we meet, we'll meet at the pavilion just outside the, before the bridge. That's where we meet. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If I could just, we have a few more minutes, so maybe if anyone else wants to ask a question, but I remember Venerable Dewey at one point talking about AI and a little experiment with asking a nun question or asking the virtual monastic questions, and then a lot of young people were going to the virtual nun rather than asking the actual live person there. Have you got any reflections on how that looks for the future? Anyway, that was a very interesting. Maybe give us more context on that.
More context. I think that was like I wasn't sure it was a book show or bookstore that she went to, and so there was a robot mom and herself.
Where are we?
Here. I think in here. I thought Homebush Bay.
She also did it during on his birthday.
Darling House. Yeah, Homebush Bay or Darling House.
Okay. Sydney. And I'm still not exactly clear what happened. Like how it was set up.
How was set up? I think there was like there was a robot mom. So if you ask a question, you will have to type in and program that you type in the answers. You type in the questions, right? So she's there, she's in person, and then that's a robot mom. So if you ask a question, so we have to type in the questions for the robots.
Okay, you can't just say robot mum and expect us to know what that is like. Either like walking, talking, bowing
Virtual.
On the screen, on the screen.
No, I think there was a robot like that.
Little gadget. I actually found out on Devosi made a little gadget.
A gadget.
A little robot.
Okay.
An actual robot.
You can ask her
I'm
there.
having a picture in my mind now. It's not getting less strange, but it is a picture. Yes.
It's a bit concerning.
It's a bit concerning. And they also say, in Japan, that you have people who are doing funeral services, so you can have the robots performing funeral services as well as humans performing funeral services. Of course, the humans one is going to cost more, and the robot performing funeral services is cheaper. So people will also choose, and they will choose the robots instead of the real person.
There was a big also incentive for therapy as well.
Mm.
One of the reasons why people do it, and I think this is one of the reasons, like you're saying, for young people to engage, is because of social isolation and like less like acculturation to talk to people, to talk to strangers, so you can ask them out without getting judged.
So that's the same, people cannot interact with one another anymore.
I mean, you ask them out, you're not being judged, but you're also not being empathized with, which is actually the basis for.
But they feel more comfortable with the machine than people. I don't know. The green button.
And one in Japan, which I heard about many, many years ago, they also had it's like a robot monk, a physical robot monk. At the end of the service, always do perfect chanting, and they would actually rise up into the air and go through a hole in the roof.
Well, that's the attraction. That's the attraction, see? So
Did you do that yet?
rise up the roof. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Venerable. And I think that's raised a few questions for us today, looking at the future for monastics in Australia, in the world, and what that looks like. Yeah. So now we'll have a tea break until 10 o'clock, till 10, and in the dining hall. And then we'll come back and those members and so forth, everyone's welcome to attend, but members voting for, so we'll have that then. And then, as I mentioned, we'll have at 12 o'clock after lunch, we'll meet at the entry for the footbridge to go over and have a viewing of the Nantian, in fact, tour of Nantian Institute. So morning tea time.
On the screen is the little robot versus Venerable Jerwin.
Yes, that person.
Well done, Modi. You look good.
You're going to say some words.
I don't want my ear. They want you back just to start the AGM.
Just a few words at the beginning. Please. We're going to start our AGM. In spirit of reconciliation. Hold on, next document. Still got some more words. So I'd like to invite Venerable Nyarawuka to open our meeting, our ASA AGM officially.
Good morning once again. I'd like to welcome our most venerable Ajahn Brahm and all our most venerables here today for our AGM annual general meeting of the Australian Sangha Association. So welcome everyone, and we will invite Venerable Monsignor Johnny to open the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Venerable. So everyone who's eligible as a member, I believe, has given your names to Ms. Vera, as our secretary. Yes.
So we confirmed eligible voting, so I have that done already. The only thing we're missing is online eligibility. So if we could please check the people who are attending online. So it looks like we have 3 eligible voting members attending online. I can see Venerable Bongthon Singin, Bhante Bodhidharma, and Venerable Tempa is joining us from Canberra, just for the minutes. Thank you.
As Venerable Tempa has been able to join us in person as the chair of ASA, I'm in her place as the vice chair. She's present. She's wonderful. In the spirit of reconciliation, the Australian Sangha Association recognises the traditional owners and custodians on the lands on which we live, work and care. We pay our respects to elders past and senior knowledge holders, cultural heritage, spiritual connection to earth, sea and sky, and to truth telling. So we have, by way of apologies, we had apologies for the 3 members who are actually on Zoom, so they're not really apologies, they are present on Zoom. Associate members, we have an apology from Gawain Powell Davies, who joined us last year, who's the outgoing chair of the Federation of Australian Buddhist Councils. So going on with the minutes were emailed to all members on the 9th of March 2020. Copies can be sent if needed during the meeting. Can I ask someone to accept the minutes of the last AGM, actually to propose that we accept the minutes?
I'm happy to propose the minutes.
Metigy.
I'll propose.
Thank you. And to second? Venerable Yeshu. And all those in favour of, if there being no objections, we can pass to accept.
Aye.
Okay. Any business arising from the 2023 AGM minutes? No. So Venerable Temple, would you like to give your report online to join us?
No, this is very spasmodic. Sorry, I've had problems all weekend with internet, so I'll leave you to that. Thank you.
Okay. So, as Venerable Temper's email internet maybe is giving her issues, I will present the chair's report on Venerable Temper's behalf. If you could please all give me 2 minutes to get the report up. Okay, so I'm presenting on behalf of Venerable Temper. As current chair of the Australian Sangha Association, I acknowledge, celebrate, and pay my respects to the Dharawal people of the Wollongong region, to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and to all First Nations Australians, on whose traditional lands we meet and work, and whose cultures are among the oldest continuing cultures in human history. I also pay my respects to the Buddhist leaders in New South Wales, as well as Australia-wide, both monastic and lay members, who work toward the betterment of their communities. I have had the privilege of acting in the role of chair for the past year, and I have been supported by my exceptional committee on many levels. Venerable Thupten Choki, Vice Chair. The Venerable has been very supportive and has stepped in and led our committee meetings when needed. Thank you. The Venerable is also the ASA Vice President and Spiritual Advisor of Sakyatitha Australia, and has kept the committee informed of events happening in Australia and overseas. Aya Severa, Secretary. The Venerable has worked diligently over the year to organise the committee and to record the meetings and provide the minutes. I thank Aya for taking the extra time to call me so as to keep me up to date with events. Aya has put in a lot of effort in getting the committee organised for monthly meetings, as well as for this AGM and conference. The Venerable has taken on tasks in the community that will be of great benefit to Buddhists well into the future. Ajahn Pram, Treasurer. Ajahn Pram has been a constant in keeping on top of our finances. Most importantly, he is the leading light of the ASA, providing spiritual support and guidance. Venerable Bongkyon Singh, Public Officer and VAX Representative. Thank you, Venerable, for continuing on as our public officer. The Venerable has also put in many hours over the year as the ASA representative to the Religious Advisory Committee to the Services, Australian Defence Force. The Venerable has provided comprehensive reports on the Buddhists who are progressing through the defence pathways that will provide spiritual care for service members, as well as assisting new applicants to navigate the system. To Bhante Bodhi Thatcher, our committee member, thank you, Bhante, for your ongoing support throughout the year. To Bhante Wasaga, our ASA web administrator, Bhante Wasaga took on the role of web administrator, as well as assisting with technology at our conference. Thank you. Venerables Karinika, Yeshi, and Venerable Tamaratna, our committee members. I thank the Venerables for providing support at our committee meetings over the year when available and the internet allows. Past and present committee have the best interests of our members at heart. We liaise, follow up, and interact with various organisations where appropriate. The Buddhist Council of New South Wales, the Federation of Australian Buddhist Councils, Australian Partnership of Religious Organisations, University of Melbourne's Contemplative Studies Centre, responding and engaging with state and federal parliaments, interfaith and community events. The committee have worked hard to raise the profile of Buddhism in Australia, as well as to provide support to the monastic Sangha. This is along with the numerous duties they perform in their own communities. Thank you for their commitment. This concludes the Chair's report.
Thank you, Venerable Tempon, for your time as chair this year as well. Remarkable and been very inspiring to us all, actually for the past 2 years for me. So someone would propose, I'll propose that the chair's report be accepted. Seconded, Arjun Brown. All those accepting? Aye. Okay, so now moving on to the Treasurer's report, Arjun Brown.
It's very simple. We're a very frugal organisation. We still have a large closing balance. We started off with an opening balance of $25,031 and 35 cents. These figures are for our official year from 1st of January to the 31st of December. So it doesn't count anything after the 31st of December. So we did spend $2,987.43, and we did get donations of $900. So we still have a balance of $23,743.92. Being a treasurer is a responsible job, but really it's not that much work, honestly. We're not some big organisation with many incomes and many outcomes, but still a lot of times, like we always admire organisations like Nantian Temple over here in Wollongong, allowing us to come here at a very, very, very discounted rate. Thank you. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. That's what like monks are supposed to be like, and nuns are supposed to be like. We just give our time, we don't expect anything back. So thank you. So is there any questions about the Treasurer's report before I ask for it to be voted on? Any questions? Are you all still awake? After tea? Okay.
Just regarding we set up the Sangha support fund some years ago, so is that still operational?
The idea of Sangha support fund, it is all part of just our one account. We don't have any minor accounts. Ajahn Brahm doesn't have his slush fund. It's just one account, that's all we have. But if Sangha support fund, if it is a requirement to be able to make use of it, one, it can't be for your own personal temple. It has to be something which is more broader than that, such as doing a degree at Nantian Temple. However, if you're a monk and wanted to do some studies here, I'm sure that being a monastic, it would all be done gratis, wouldn't it? Yes, thank you.
So the intent of, and just for the people here who might not be aware, but the intent of the Sunday Support Fund was to provide personal assistance for monastics or religious things, not for building farms or anything like
Exactly.
that. But maybe some travel if they needed, or some medical expenses, I think also possible.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so I think it's good to let people know because like, sometimes things come up, right? And might be a huge amount, but it's sometimes can be difficult.
Indeed, yes.
Okay.
There's one thing in my tradition that anyone who I give ordination to, that I'm bound to support him for life. So anyone of you, such as can't be or once I go,
No matter.
I've got to find upon someone to make sure that you're not healthy and well.
From the Tibetan tradition, let's say. So for details regarding the expenditure and income, these are noted in the ASA Treasurer's Report 2023. As Arjun Brahm indicated, there's not a lot of details. It's a pretty easy job. From my side, I'm very grateful to ASA in terms of that support, of being able to support myself and Venerable Yeshi to be here. Somebody to propose we accept the Treasurer's report. And Severa, and second.
I'll second.
So then we move to the dissolution of the old. Oh, sorry, all approved. Yeah, this is important for our public record. Thank you. So then we move to dissolution of the old committee and appointment of a.
Can I just check a point related to the treasurers?
Okay, we're going back.
So under the constitution, you have to show the last 2 years. So this one on the year before. If it's not available now, it could be circulated afterwards.
It would have been circulated last year and we approved that when we approved the minutes.
But we're supposed to show both of them now. So if a member says, why is that transfer taking place?
We have shared both of them now in terms of sharing the minutes from last year, which included the Treasurer's report.
The what's it called? No, the Constitution also says requires it to be audited.
No, if only if it's on it, but it's not.
No, the Constitution states that. Yeah, Constitution said it should be audited, but by the requirements of the New South Wales government, and we're registered in New South Wales, it does not need to be audited. It's such a small amount. I don't think an auditor would actually be interested.
This isn't about audited accounts.
Yeah.
The Association Act for New South Wales says when you get to your AGM, you just need to show the members both two financial reports for December 23 and December 22. So the member then is allowed. So it's just a technicality.
Okay.
I'm just saying, can the secretary send the 22 afterwards if they weren't delivered to members? That's all I'm asking for. Then you comply.
I think the answer was given before that those are included in the minutes of the last AGM, which were circulated just before.
But you're supposed to, Bante, send them out to the members for this meeting. I have the run sheet here, which Venerable Chogi has as well. And it's always a point to be read out that says.
Yeah, I didn't.
So it says, for more detail regarding expenditure and income, please see should say the ASA Treasurer's Report 2022 and the ASA Treasurer's Report 2023. So it's just for us to be compliant. I'm sorry it's a technicality, but I was just asking that we catch it now.
I suggest that when we, subsequent to this meeting, that we send out the full Treasurer's Report for 2022.
That's all it is. Thank you.
2023 has been circulated.
Yes.
And it was noted in the summary of it, which is what Arjun Brown just also gave for 2023, is noted in the minutes of 2023 AGM.
This is not in the constitution.
Well, that's what I just said, Arjun. It's in the Associations Act. The Constitution hasn't been changed since 2020.
So, all right, so you'll note that there are two changes to make in relation to the Constitution. One is to insert the two previous years' Treasurer's Report, and the other thing is to say audited when necessary. And that will be a job.
There's no requirement on us to be audited. We're too small an association, so you have tiers. We're in tier 3, the lowest one of all. So the Constitution, given that you've copied the Association Act of New South Wales, says you only have to be audited if required under law, and we're not required under law to be audited.
No, but if the wording is incorrect in our Constitution, then we need to change that in accordance with the Associations Act. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
So just to confirm, are we sending through any additional documents which have been requested, via, in accordance with what's required under the Act? Thank you, everyone.
So we will the ASA Treasurer's Report for 2022. Thank you for that clarification. Now we're moving to the dissolution of the old committee and appointment of a scrutineer for the purpose of the election of 2024-2025 Australian Soccer Association Management Committee. So public officer appointed and approved by the previous ASA committee was Venerable Ronald Sunin, and Venerable has very kindly agreed to continue in this role. Thank you, Venerable. As previously agreed at the 2015 AGM, there is to be a distribution of traditions amongst the committee members. So from the Theravada, Mahayana and Vajrayana. As previously agreed, there is to be gender equity on the committee and if possible on the executive. The official address of the ASA at the time of this meeting is on the website, if I'm correct. It's 22 Bonbon Road. Is that correct, Venerable?
It's Unit 2, 71 to 73.
Oh, 71.
Yeah, which is on the ASA website.
That's on the ASA website.
Down at the very bottom.
Yep. So, the open committee is forthwith dissolved, and I wish to appoint the scrutineer to Venerable Metadew to conduct the section of the elections. We have nominations for office bearers, chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer, and ordinary committee member nominations. As we don't have nominations for all of the available positions, nominations are accepted from the floor. I could now hand over to Venerable Metadew.
Here, so I can see the order. Morning, most venerables and venerables online. It's my pleasure to run this part of the meeting. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge Nantian Temple. My mother brought me a meditation retreat here, which I attended 22 years ago. When you and I worked on a mental health project, which led to a successful mental health clubhouse in Wollongong, which 600 people have gone through, and which I had the joy of visiting yesterday. And thank you for the Nantian support over 20 years. The old committee is dissolved, and I'd like to offer my thanks on behalf of many venerables for the tireless work that the committee has undertaken. Difficult issues that they've had to resolve are always done in the spirit of the Buddhist teachings and harmony and goodwill. As previously described, if we'll call for nominations from the floor. We had 2 full nominations before the meeting started, but we need some members on the executive committee, and we also need nominees for ordinary positions, please. If more than one person nominates for an office, there has to be an election, and the election can be done through polling on Zoom, as determined by the rules or decided by the chair. I can declare at the executive level, because these 2 nominations were made before the meeting started, that they are unanimously appointed. Chairperson Venerable Tupten Choki, nominated by ASA Vera and Venerable Yeshi. Congratulations. And Secretary ASA Vera, nominated by Venerable Choki and Venerable Metaji. Can I ask first if there's a nomination for Vice Chair?
I'd like to nominate Venerable
Second.
So, Venerable Wasaga, can you help me? Obviously, there'll be a visual record, but could you just make a note of the proposer and seconder as we go? So, as I heard that, Venerable Temper Pujanki Hume has been nominated by Severa Pujuni and seconded by Venerable Choki.
And Venerable Timper, just in case your internet is still unstable, has accepted the nomination.
Yeah, I accept.
Thank you for that. That's wonderful. Can I ask first, are there any nominations for treasurer? I'm prepared to nominate. Sorry.
I second.
I'm happy to be nominated. Are there any other nominees for treasurer? I have to go through that. No. So Venerable Metaji will be treasurer. Thank you. And just to clarify, no person on the exec can do a role for more than 2 years in a row. So that's why Ajahn Brahm, Venerable Temper had to step down. Thank you for that wonderful service, and thank you for the members of the exec. Okay, in terms of ordinary members, we'd really like to have 6, but we must have a minimum of 3. And we would like to have gender equality amongst those committee members if we could. And we'd really appreciate it if we could have representation across the 3 traditions.
Venerable Dharmaratna, as previously.
Are you happy to nominate? Thank you. Who was your nominator and seconder? Well, I'll nominate you if that helps. And I see very well second. Okay. Thank you. Are there others in the room, please, who have expressed an interest in coming on the committee? Ajahn Brahm?
One of the reasons for that is that I'm still one of the two people who have banking rights. And it's lovely to be able to continue. Happy to nominate because you do need two committee members to be able to use internet banking service.
May I propose you then for nominee committee member?
Yes.
Thank you, yeah.
Member Sujata, you want a second? Thank you. Thank you, Ajahn Brahm. So that's two committee members. We need a minimum of 3. Venerable Saga, are you happy to nominate? I'll propose you.
Yes, I am, yeah.
Do you have the 3 men Theravada in the Theravada tradition? Are there any other venerables in other traditions?
So, I did try and, Venerable Miao Yu.
Yes, I propose that we'll,
I second.
I know you're very busy, but I don't think you're more busy than I am in my life work. And it's a wonderful way of fulfilling the vision of your master. When he passed away, he was working hard.
Sorry, I need to confirm the minutes. Okay, there's Venerable Miao Yo consent for nomination.
Yes.
So quickly, can I check? So Ajahn Brahm nominated and Venerable Choki second. And thank you.
Thank you.
So we were going through Venerable Saga, so we hadn't finished that one. So I was prepared to propose. You're happy to consent?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Ajahn Brahm, would you second? Okay, so you were duly elected to the committee. So we have 4. So just one last call, if I may. Are there any other monastics that would like to join? Or
Venerable Bonamsuni, oh no, she can't. Sorry, I withdraw that suggestion.
Can you read out our list so far?
Yeah, please read it, whole list.
I have Venerable Tenpa as the vice president. Oh, so just like ordinary members or?
Let me do the full list and then you can clarify if I missed anything. So Venerable Choki will be chairperson person. Vice chair will be Venerable Temper. Treasurer is Venerable Metaji. Secretary is ASA Agm. And then as ordinary members, we've had Venerable Mayu, Venerable Dhammaratna, Venerable Ajahn Brahm, and Venerable Wasaga. That's where we're at the moment.
5, 3. 4. Ah, we're doing that.
So one meeting a month. We try and keep the agenda fairly tight. So the commitment for that is about an hour and a half. Gives you an opportunity to influence the direction of Buddhism in Australia. So there are a number of positives to go.
Which one are you interested?
Yeah.
Okay, nominate. I nominate. Seconded.
Thank you very much. Venerable Chan. proposed by Venerable Choki and seconded by Venerable Ricardo. So the committee has the opportunity after the closing of the election to say there's a vacancy and accept people after the AGM is over. So I might bring it to a close there. We've said who the new committee would be. So I would just, for the whole group of what we've done, have a proposer and a seconder, and then the room accept the full election. So can I have a proposer, please, for the executive?
We don't need to.
Well, we've nominated, yeah, we've nominated and accepted, and then we list your new members. So if you look at the run sheet, at the very end, it's asked to propose seconded and accepted.
We declare is appointed.
Okay, well, I'll defer to the chair. So welcome to the incoming committee, and I declare the election is completed. Thank you.
Then we have other roles to nominate for that are not necessarily committee members. However, I would like to nominate Venerable Saga as the web administrator, who's previously been web administrator and done an admirable job. Accept.
Happy to accept the
Seconder. Ajahn Bam. And I think that's all acceptance. Now, myself. And then I put down separately communication officer, although I need that clarification as to whether we need a separate communications officer, or if that comes under the secretary law.
I mean, it'd be great if we could get a communications officer. Let's have a look.
I wish to nominate as communications officer. We will discuss that at committee level. And then Venerable Bonham Sunim as our RACS representative, to continue on for now in that role. I think there's a bit of internet problems. Venerable Sunim, can you hear? Unmute yourself.
Sorry, look, I can hardly hear what talking.
Oh.
Did you just call on me? Or?
We're asking for you to continue on as the RACS officer, RACS representative for ASA.
I'm finding it really difficult to make out what you. Can you hear me? Okay.
It's coming in.
Yes, Venerable, you're being asked if you can hear me better, if you are happy to continue as the RACS representative for the ASA.
Yes, of course, for now, yes.
Right,
yes.
wonderful. I hope you can hear both of us now.
I can hear
Thanks
you.
very much. Yes.
I can't
yeah, well,
you.
we are on a different platform, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Bante. So we need to vote for, I mean, there's no one else qualified. No, it's not official. Yeah, it's not on a committee list, so we don't need to. Okay, so then we'll ask, and perhaps Bante Jaja, if you can assist us again to ask Venerable Bonham Sunim to give the RACS report for this year.
Yes, sure. Venerable Bonham Sunim, would you be okay to give the report at this stage?
Yes, I can. That's
yes.
Fine, Venerable.
Wonderful.
I just want to ask you, I do have a, slide point presentation.
Yes.
So if you're okay with that, can we share the screen?
Yes, that would be Venerable Saga on the other end. So you do have a little box at the bottom. If you can start sharing,
Yes,
then
that's
hopefully Venerable Saga can help you with that.
I think it's enabled.
Can you see that?
Not on my end, Venerable Saga.
It's making Venerable Bonanzalina a co-host.
Ah, okay, right. You need the rights to share, yeah.
Yeah, she should
Just a
be
minute, I need, because I think
the settings are fine.
Right, yes, sorry, just some technical things on your side, on our side. And then afterwards, probably should work.
Should be able to do share screen now.
Right, here we go.
you can see it.
Yes, there we go.
Okay,
Wonderful.
thank you. So thanks very much for the opportunity to present this, and I hope you're all enjoying Nantian's really beautiful hospitality. And I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm just going to go through, I'm not going to read the whole report. I'm just going to go through the points, really. That might be the easiest way to do it. So just for those of you who are not familiar with this role, so the Buddhists were invited into this relationship with defence some years ago now. Prior to that, all of the chaplains had been through the Christian denominations, and there was an appetite in defence to open it up to a number of other faith traditions, and the Buddhists were one of them. So I came on board quite a long time ago now, probably more than a decade ago now, and it was slow to really form, but finally we came on to the main committee of the Religious Advisory Committee, and that was about 6 years ago. And since then, my role has been as a member of the Religious Advisory Committee to do various things, which I've listed for you here. The RACS has a responsibility to advise Chief of Defence and Service Commanders on religious matters. This, of course, includes things where there may be some incident or some difficulty with an overseas nation. Particularly, this has happened only in my experience once with the Islamic representative, where there was some difficulty in making contact with leaders in Indonesia, and so the imam actually helped to facilitate that. So this is just an example of how that might work. On the ground, we also provide advice to various commanders and also to the Director Generals of Chaplaincy of the Army, Navy and Air Force. We provide faith group advice from our religious peak bodies. And one of the main things we do is recruit and mentor chaplains into the defence space. We contribute to defence policy on character and ethics development, which has included, from my perspective, I've given some teaching in the Defence Academy on a couple of occasions in relation to Buddhist ethics and character advice. So again, in terms of the recruiting aspect, we're really asked to generate quality recruitment and with the provision of pastoral and spiritual care to all people in the defence space. So although we come in as specific religious faith representatives and you know, from the various religious and faith groups. Where the chaplains on the ground are providing pastoral spiritual care to all who seek it. We also contribute to Defence religious policy advice and development, and I'll touch on that a little bit later again. Currently, there are 310 chaplains in the ADF, serving in the ADF. 14 of these chaplains are from a faith background other than Christian, and this number represents 4.5% of ADF chaplains. So this is an interesting area. It's been a very difficult pathway bringing other faith chaplains really into Defence. It's beginning to change now. The Defence chaplaincy, has been in existence for 100 years, and it has been a Christian chaplaincy, and it's taken a while for the beginnings of that to open up and recognise that there's a space for others to be in that role. Of course, there's a very large percentage of people who are serving in Defence, anywhere from 60 to 70% who say they have no religion. So this is an ongoing question for Defence in terms of how they manage to provide an equivalent support for the greater number of people who may not wish to take advantage of a religious faith chaplain. In the next 4 years, 33% of the chaplains in all services will reach compulsory retirement age. So that's a huge chunk of people who will be leaving the Defence space. And Defence are really keen to recruit more younger chaplains, women chaplains, and chaplains from culturally diverse backgrounds. On the whole, Buddhist, Hindu, Sikh, Muslim chaplains are younger than the average age of chaplains coming in. So, we do make an effort, or certainly I make an effort really as much as I can, to bring in people, suitable people from our communities, from culturally diverse backgrounds, and particularly also women. But it's not easy. I mean, as time goes on, perhaps that will become, as the word gets out there, that may become more prevalent. There is another similar kind of chaplains that have been that Navy brought on board a few years ago, called the Maritime Spiritual Wellbeing Officer. And only Navy has these people, MSWOs, and the numbers continue to grow very slowly. There is some possibility that the other services, Air Force and Army, will also bring in these people. But one of the problems that the services are experiencing is that these people are coming through a professional pathway, such as social work, psychology, counselling. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but if they don't have some reasonable experience within a pastoral spiritual care environment, then it's difficult for them to fulfil that that chaplaincy role. So that's an area where Navy is looking to see what they can do to upgrade these people. But for now, it remains a fairly small part of the chaplaincy service. The Royal Commission into the Australian Defence Force and Veterans Suicide, which was ongoing for some years and is now completed, this has had a significant impact on chaplains and serving members. And there's a need for chaplains now, or as a result of this commission's findings, it's been an identified need for chaplains to bring additional skills and experience to the role, particularly in the areas of working with trauma, PTSD, moral injury, suicide ideation. And some of these things are increasing because of the nature of warfare in these times. So, for example, the more AI is employed in the defence space, the further separation there is of people who are in the war zone, who are engaged in conflict, that it's often now hands off, that people are at a distance engaged in that military engagement, and that actually is giving rise to many problems for serving personnel, such as I've described. Moral injury is very much on the increase within the Defence Force. There's been many incidents of bullying, and of people in the war zones not being supported in the engagement that they're required to do within that space. PTSD is an ongoing issue, and suicide, as indicated in the Royal Commission, is and has been for some time on the increase. So you can see the very real issues that chaplains are needing to work with, hence a need to have additional skills beyond the religious faith worldviews. And I'm happy to say that the people, most of the people that I've brought into the defence space have much more extensive skills apart from their faith practice and faith knowledge, and their faithfulness to their tradition and communities. Oh, I've already done that one. I think maybe that's been a repeat. And that one, sorry. Chaplains working with veterans in their communities. This is an interesting initiative that's coming out of DVA. So at our last meeting in December, the DVA secretary joined our meeting to talk about new ideas that they have for supporting the retiring members back into civilian life. And up until now, the Department of Veterans Affairs have been very good at providing the physical things of housing and transport and these kinds of things. They're now speaking into the space of we're looking for support that can be provided in the spiritual, and they're using this word, in the spiritual space, and meaning supports that offer an opportunity for people to engage in a discussion about what has meaning for them in terms of their recovery. So what they're doing is reaching out really to the broader communities to be engaged in some way with supporting veterans in that space. And that particularly means, for example, for our communities, we have many pastoral carers, chaplains, spiritual carers engaged in many sectors, such as hospitals, prisons, education, many other sectors. And so what DVA is hoping to do is to perhaps engage with these chaplains and with the supporting bodies such as the Buddhist councils and the Sangha associations, etc., to to give the opportunity for some of these people, Buddhists in our case, to perhaps come into the defence space in a paid capacity, but more it may be in a very casual, or it may be in a part-time basis. So this is a work in progress. What they're also doing and wanting to do in this case is to provide some education to our faith group members on veterans' needs, which are similar to a lot of people who are having need of chaplains or pastoral carers. But in this case, veterans do have some more specific needs, particularly in the space of trauma and moral injury. So this is a work in progress, and I'll keep you informed about how that's opening up. Just looking at the chaplains and recruits we have currently. So in situ now we have 4. Simon Eads from New South Wales is a permanent member in Navy. He's actually been assigned to HMAS Tools, which is on deployment at the moment, I think in northern in the Northern Pacific region. So he's going into his 2nd year as a full-time Navy chaplain, and I get very good feedback about how he's going in that space. Esteban Monti from Queensland is a part-time Army Reserve chaplain. He's currently down in Canberra. He's doing some education and training at the Australian Defence Force Academy, and he's just moving now into his 2nd year also as a reserve chaplain. He continues also in a part-time capacity, as he has done for many years, to work as a pastoral carer chaplain in the prisons and in the hospitals in Brisbane. Veronica Damali is from Western Australia. She's in the Army Reserves. She's now also moving into her 2nd year, although she did have 6 months off in the latter part of last year to join the Rains Retreat with the I can't remember the name of the retreat centre, but anyway, with Ajahn Brahm in Western Australia. So she's now back on board, and so she continues to serve. Jeff Newton is a permanent member of Navy. Now he's just this year come into active service as a chaplain. He was an Air Force educator for many years and a commander. He came out of that space and was given 4 years by Navy to upgrade his education skills in line with the needs of a chaplain. So he's had that 4 years. In that time, he's done a number of things, including a Masters of Counselling and CPE training and other things. So he's well equipped now to come into that space. And I think, with people who've come from active service in defence, they have an edge on understanding how defence works. It's a rare beast, and it's not easy to gain an understanding of this, but they're managing at that level. Of course, other of our members are bringing in much greater experience as people working in the chaplaincy, spiritual care, pastoral care space. So there's a wonderful balance there with the members. The current recruits we have in Queensland, Emma Kane who's seeking Army Reserves. She's currently doing a CPE unit, which is the last task, and she will, she's hoping to come into Army Reserves probably in the second half of this year. She's got an enormous background in Buddhism and in other supporting skills and education. So she'll be a great boon to Army in that regard. Dee Melbourne, also from Western Australia. She's now seeking permanent Air Force recruitment. She was in the Army Reserves pathway, but there were some problems there. So she's the Director General of Chaplaincy of Air Force reached out to me and asked if she might be interested to come in as a full-time permanent chaplain into Air Force. And so her application has now gone across to Air Force, and it's looking very good. So she'll probably come into that role sooner than later. Brenton Hamlin is now back in New South Wales. He's been posted in Malaysia for about 6 years. He's with Air Force, and he's on a contract with Air Force. He's an IT specialist, and they're not letting him go until the final hour. So he has to fulfill his contract this year, and then after that, he'll come into the Air Force space, and we'll probably do a couple of years of training for chaplaincy specifically in that space. But in the meantime, you know, he over these years, he actually has completed an undergraduate qualification, Bachelor of Sociology. And I have such respect for Brenton, because since he contacted me about maybe 5 years, 6 years ago now, he stayed really, really true to this aspiration. And so it's wonderful to see him and his family come back to Australia. His wife is actually Thai. So they're very strong and have already rejoined a group that they were with in Sydney and Annandale. So this year, his defence commander, has given him a day a week that he can work in the pastoral care space. So Buddhist Council are working with him, and he'll do a day a week at Westmead Hospital. So they're the ones we have currently. There's been a couple of others, I think about 4 others, that have come into the recruitment space, but have either, you know, dropped out or just haven't really, you know, been suitable in terms of the role. We had our first Defence Buddhist Chaplains Retreat in, I think it was October last year, and we held that at Vajrasalar, the Association of Engaged Buddhist Retreat Centre in the Southern Highlands. If you're looking for a retreat centre, I would highly, highly recommend Vajrasalar. It's a really beautiful setting, and the facilities are top class. I was surprised actually at how modern and convenient they are. So keep it in mind. We had a small group because, you know, we are a small group, but it was a wonderful opportunity for us to come together face to face, to practice together and just have, you know, some necessary and important conversations. The retreats are an annual requirement for all chaplains. So each of the chaplains in all of the services is required to be part of their faith or denominational group and join a retreat once a year. So later in the year, there will be another one, and with a little bit of hindsight of experience, I'm looking to our serving members to be more engaged in you know, kind of planning that and looking after the details of that. So that's just a little bit of a, you know, a background to it. The report, I imagine, will go out with the AGM minutes and other reports. So my just in case you want to have a conversation or you have a question to ask, please feel free to contact me on these contacts. That will also be, I've also put that in the report. So if you can't note that down or forget it and want to come back to it, that's where it is. So I just want to say one more thing before I finished. My defence contract, as requested, was extended until 2026. But I've been, as I said earlier, I've been in the space now for more than 10 years, serving in the role as ASA's representative on the RACs. And so I'm now actively seeking a suitable replacement. I think it's time for someone to bring some new energy, a new vision to the role. I've done the groundwork, and hopefully that that will be retained. So I'm really looking forward to someone else coming in with a with a different, still maintaining, but coming in. It's a different stage of the project and requires different visions really. So next month I'm actually traveling to Brisbane to meet with a candidate, a promising candidate who I've had a couple of phone calls with and some emails. And this candidate is highly recommended by a number of people. He's based in Brisbane, and he's been in the CPE sphere for quite a number of years. He also was engaged in with the Queensland Summer Association. And the Queensland Summer Association is a lay association. He's been engaged there in setting up the first Buddhist pastoral care or chaplaincy training back a few years ago. So he's well aware of the context. He's currently working, I think, at the Mater Hospital in Brisbane, and is the Southern Regional Director, I think, of the clinical pastoral education in the region. So I'm looking forward to meeting him and seeing whether we can make a match. And in that case, he will probably come on board before the end of this year. It takes quite a long time for Defence to go through the motions of once I've had that conversation, if he's suitable and we're in agreement, I would then make a recommendation to the ASA committee and would ask that they actually send a recommendation to the Chief of Defence that indicates that they would support this candidate as their next representative. After that, it goes through the channels in Defence itself, and it can sit on someone's desk, I have to say, for some time. But after and once it's signed off by Chief of Defence, there's a new Chief of Defence coming on board, I think next month actually, which will be interesting. The one that we currently have has been in situ for some years, and I've always had very good relations with him. He's been particularly supportive. So we'll see how the new one goes. But anyway, he has to sign off, and then there's a major security check that takes 3 to 4 months. So I guess I'm looking at being able to transition out by the end of the year. But I'm also thinking in the June RACS meeting, which will be held in Canberra, that I may not attend. I'm actually thinking and hoping to be in Finland at that time to present a paper at a conference over there. So it's a good opportunity if this candidate has confirmed his interest, to bring him into that meeting as my proxy for that meeting. It gives him an opportunity to just see how the RACS ticks over. And also, I'm not there, so, you know, he doesn't have to worry too much. You know, he can ask whatever he wants of others and have some time in that way. So that's the plan at present. While I'm in Queensland, I'm also looking to meet with the Queensland Summer Association. We've had a lot of problems in Queensland, you know, with the CPE education, and I've just recently found out it's not only Buddhists. You know, the Uniting Church representative on RACS is saying they're also having problems. So I'm looking to see whether Queensland Sangha Association, they have a very substantial training program, but they don't provide a supervised placement for their chaplains. So I'm looking to see how we might be able to bring those two things together for our RACS, for our defence recruits, and then present a case to defence for an equivalency for Buddhists in that state. I'll also be meeting with the main director of their chaplaincy program, Dr. Barbara Sullivan, and meeting with Matu, with the chaplain and the recruit in that geographical location. So I'll get back to RACS about you know, what's all of that after that trip's completed, and no doubt they will keep members informed. So please, if you want to contact and have a chat, do so. Thank you so much. I appreciate your interest in this project.
Thank you so very much, Donna, not only for that very, very thorough report, but it's just so admirable to see how far you have taken this role, or these roles, you know, within defence from the very beginning. So this is thank you so much for all the work you're doing. It's quite remarkable, yeah. I will definitely be following up with you. Thank you. So I'd like to then announce that bringing our meeting to a close, the next AGM will be on Tuesday, the 11th of March, 2025, at a venue to be advised. And to close this meeting of the AGM at 11:17 a.m. Tuesday, the 12th of March, 2024. And so before we all disperse, could I request that the Venerables come and that we have a photo? Have we got a photographer who's here currently? Oh, beautiful. Have a photo of everyone up here, and then I'm not sure how we can make it work with our Venerables who are online as well, to be able to be present in the photo. Is that right? Yes, we're going to make that work. Okay, yeah. So everyone like to make their way down and we'll have a photo. And so then, and perhaps the committee member will have a general photo and then one of the incoming committee members. And then we'll have a break until 1 p.m. for our presenters this afternoon. Those of us present here will then be going at 4 o'clock, if you wish, for a tour of Mantian Institute. Yes, we need your cameras on so we see your faces. Venerable Temple, Bodhidharma. Could you unmask yourself on your video? If that's going to work, I know Venerable Temple said it was a little bit unstable there. Does that work for you?
Do you want us to sit down or stand here? Do you want to stand here? Stand around.
Venerable Bodhidharma, can you turn your video on?
Stand on the stage.
Hello.
Wow, this is something new. I was just putting my robe on here, so look official. Mm.
The variable on screen.
Let's get rid of, we don't need this one.
Maybe on top, because then we'll take a photo and the rest of us, we're just organising this too.
So there will be a line of variables standing on the stage.
Okay.
Yeah, will not cover.
Venerable Temper, can you switch on your camera? Is that possible or not really?
I'm so short. I'm so short.
Come on, I remember you being short. What about this? It's squish. Okay. Squish. Don't need to keep saying it.
Oh, it's Can I move this away?
Yeah.
We need to squish more. Let me have a look. Okay. I mean, Nancy, can you move the chair back?
So those online appreciate, it's just taking us a couple of minutes to organise the furniture.
Oh, it look perfect. Okay. Okay, and variable, you're too tall. Even people, variable stand back, you're too tall. Can't see them. You want the Fine. No, you look very inside because then maybe they just swap. It's okay. Yeah. Okay, that's great. Cool. Very cool. Okay. Very cool. Okay. Okay. Look at me, please. Okay. One. Sunim. Yeah. Variable Sunim. They look at me. Look at the front. Camera. Smile. Smile. Okay. Smile. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And video, can everybody like that? Wave. Or you can do wave. Yeah. Wave.
Smile.
One palm, waving, everybody. Your palm. Okay, let's smile. Beautiful. 1, 2, 3. Keep waving. Keep waving. Beautiful. last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, everyone, and be back in here at 1 p.m. Time will be in 10 minutes. And 12 o'clock for the tour. Those who are here. It's for lunch. All good.
Thank you, you can't work. The one who's smiling someone.
So if I get you the USB now, is that, I mean, like after lunch, can I just?
Yeah, sure, for your presentation, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I just get it.
All right.
I kind of get it. Just for presentation, or is that too late?
No, it's, yeah, that'll be easy to do.
Just before the presentation.
Yeah, no, it'll only take a moment to get it, to bring it up, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, Ken. Okay, thank you.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, you need any help?
I'm all right. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Come and get your lunch.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay, cool.
waiting for our speaker to come back. So this afternoon, we will have 3 presentations, and then we'll have actually, 2 presentations and then a break, and then another presentation, and then break into breakout sessions on each of the 3 streams of caste, discrimination, Buddhist funeral education and advocacy, and the significance of maintaining temple for 30 years. The breakout groups, and we'll get to that later in the day. So I can introduce, she's arriving back, ASA AGM, which I think we all know, speaking on the new and upcoming developments in Buddhist funeral education and advocacy.
Venerable, can you just point out which one it is? I'm not sure.
Not my blood test results, but on the slide.
Sorry, yeah, no, I just.
ASA AGM received novice ordination in 2016 and full ordination as a bhikkhuni in 2019, with Ayah Santini Mahathir of Indonesia as preceptor. She is currently resident at Upala Panorama, Bhikkhuni Pasaya near Parramatta, in the heartland of multicultural Western Sydney. She participates in monastic networks locally and internationally, including in an advisory role to the Buddhi Satya Society, Maharashtra, India. She's currently secretary, again, thank you very much, of the Australian Sangha Association. Additionally, she represents the Australian Sangha Association on the advisory groups of cemeteries in crematoria, New South Wales, Catholic cemeteries in crematoria, and metropolitan memorial parks. She's working to engage the Sangha and Buddhist community to communicate Buddhist practices across the cemetery and crematoria sector in New South Wales. And in addition, as I'm currently reading her book, Walking in the Sunshine of the Bhikkhunis, which is a bio of Ranjani De Silva, and also gives you a lot of history of Bhikkhuni ordination in Sri Lanka.
Okay, yeah, that sounded like me, but I'm going to take another 30 seconds to get my slides. So, let me go to it. Thanks so much.
Sure. Yep.
Everyone knows what I like to read now. It's the Buddhist monastic code.
I mean, are you able to like email it to me or?
Can you do a search? What did you do?
I just did a search. I'm not sure. Thanks.
Okay, so I was told this microphone is better. However, I find it like a little bit difficult to think while sitting down. I need to actually look and use the screen as well. So if you can all hear me, I'm just going to talk at you and the mic will just pick it up. I think that will work. So my name is Sivira. I live in Sydney. The name of our place is Apulawanarama Venerable Trekkie, already told you. So I just wanted to explain a little bit more about what we've been doing in the cemetery and crematoria space in New South Wales, because I know a lot of you have questions or you may have assumptions about what this space entails. So we also have time for questions at the end. Well, maybe some questions, you know, if you want to ask those, because 95% of us will experience the death of someone close to us before we're 60. So we all have knowledge about, you know, how we do funerals in our community. And, you know, many of us are quite proud, you know, of the fact that we can do funerals well and be able to help our supporters. However, you know, I just want to talk a little bit about, you know, what we're doing here. So I just like to acknowledge that, you know, everyone in the room has knowledge about how we do funerals. And I just wanted to start as well by just pointing out the fact that, you know, there are ongoing issues in Australia which relate to Indigenous access to culturally appropriate funeral and burial services. So, you know, these issues as a whole, we could call them sorry business. So, you know, had the voice gone through, one of the issues they would have looked at would have been sorry business. So I just wanted to acknowledge, you know, ongoing issues in this space, because I think, you know, what many of us would like to see is a better go for Indigenous Australians in terms of access, you know, to their own burial customs and traditions. So, okay, next slide, thank you. Okay, and as well, the thing I wanted to let you know as well is, you know, we are going to be talking about death-related topics. It's normal for people to have a range of reactions you know, to these topics. So if you do need to go have a cup of tea, that's fine. And if people want to chat afterwards, I'm also around, because, you know, we can get, you know, information back to you as well. You know, if there's a reason, you know, why you're looking for more information, whether it's about grief, you know, or anything else that's going on. So it's just the nature of the topic, it's not you. But yeah, no, for those of us, for those who would like to stay on, I just want to continue with the slides. So, okay, point number one I wanted to make is that Buddhists are consumers of both cemetery and crematorium products and services in New South Wales. So we can see the, you know, Buddhist ash interment, which came from Sydney, because that's probably the number one, you know, barrier we have with communicating with people. Because, you know, when I say cemeteries and crematoria, that obviously includes crematoria. I don't just do cemeteries. So, you know, obviously we all have to have something happen with our body, and that includes Buddhists. You know, it's not just Abrahamic faiths that have to deal with, you know, this space. So next slide. So these are the committees that I do on behalf of the ASA. So I do cemeteries and crematoria in New South Wales. They're what we call the CCCG, the Community and Consumer Consultative Group. So I understand, you know, other monastics have had previous experiences with this group before, but basically that's the government regulator. So that's one of the committees we do. And this particular committee, it works together with their industry consultative group, you know, to help give feedback on and to shape, you know, their policy in this area. So the other, the other group that I do is Metropolitan Memorial Parks Multi-Faith Group. So if you've ever been to Rookwood Cemetery, that includes Rookwood. But that group is actually an amalgamation of what used to be 4 to 5 land managers, you know, in New South Wales. So that's a Crown Trust. And again, the third group that I do is Catholic Cemeteries and Crematoria Stakeholder Engagement Council, also on behalf of the ASA. And again, Catholic Cemeteries and Crematoria, they run crematoria, including Kemps Creek Crematorium. And, you know, again, another Crown Trust. So you can see here that these committees are New South Wales based. Cemeteries and crematoria, you know, it is state-based. The acts which govern this area, you know, either they're the Cemeteries and Crematoria Act or their health, but normally they are state-based. That being said, though, it doesn't mean that issues don't transcend borders, and also it doesn't mean that bodies don't move borders. It just means that some of this presentation will be New South Wales focused. Some of it, I'll touch on issues from other states. So you can either extrapolate back to your state or see actually, you know, whether this matches your state, because it may or may not. Okay, next slide. Okay, so what I have been doing, so each of these groups have about 4 annual meetings a year. And what that normally involves is sitting in a room together with, you know, other community and religious representatives, and also, you know, sometimes with their invitees, which can include, you know, community-based funeral directors. You know, in the past, they invited the Minister for Multiculturalism, Steve Camper. So these meetings are generally very informative meetings, because, you know, the information we're being presented, it is the latest information, you know, to get back to the community. And, you know, sometimes we may be requested to attend other memorial and multicultural events. So that would include things like Christmas memorial services or interfaith services. So with these roles, there's a total of about 15 engagements a year. So yeah, they are a little bit of work when put together. I wouldn't personally claim to have any, you know, I don't personally have a background in which is related to death care. I have a BA in Chinese and studies in religion. And, you know, for me, what's really important in life is the fact that I went through my 5-year NICU period and my relationship with my preceptor. But, I do have a little bit of background in community organizing, or what we call rather organizing community. So those are actually some of the reasons why I'm personally quite interested in these issues, because we'll get to talk a little bit more on the next slide about how demographics and other factors, affect, how Buddhists interact with this sector. So, okay, next slide. Okay, so this data here has come from the annual report from Cemeteries and Crematoria, New South Wales. So the thing we can see, which is, that one of the defining characteristics of how cremation, in particular, works in New South Wales is that the majority of cremations are handled via the private sector. So that would be InvoCare, that would be, other big private providers. So, I mean, I don't have statistics for the Buddhist community about how many are going Crown or how many are going private, but, we can see that's where most of us may end up, in the private cremation system. And so most burials would be, I have the exact breakdown on the next slide, so I can show you. So if you just wait, there's 2 slides later. But yeah, so we have a slightly different split between burial and cremation. And that's due just to there being so many private crematoriums in New South Wales. But again, which is noted in the annual report. Okay, and the other thing, which is just wanted to note about New South Wales, is that basically half of all services will be carried out in the metropolitan Sydney area. So we'll have a look again a few slides down about how the breakdown works in terms of regional. So we can have a look at the next slide. Okay, so the thing which also stood out from last year's report was that actually, for the 2021 to 2022 data set, there was an increase in burial in New South Wales. And we can see that increase there, which is 9.7%. So burials are up, and there was a slight decrease in the cremation rate, which corresponded to the increase in the burial rate. So this is a bit of an anomaly, because normally we'd expect that the cremation rate is increasing. But actually, for this data set, it was burials that was increasing. And I think that's why we have the note there, that if we look over the last 4 years, actually, the more long-term trend is still towards increasing cremation. And, talking with Cemeteries and Crematoria in New South Wales, we don't really understand why this is, why burial went up for that particular time frame. So you could speculate, right, that maybe it was something to do with COVID, maybe it was something to do with environmentally based consumer concerns. We really don't have data, so I don't really want to speculate, but there's something to be aware of. Okay, next slide. So we can see this is the breakdown of the services which take place in New South Wales. So we can see again over here in cremations, most of the cremations are coming from the private sector, and in terms of where are we? In terms of who's actually doing burials, this is the breakdown between local government. So if you're in a regional area, it's more common for councils to operate the cemeteries. So this is mostly regional. And then we have Crown, and then we see a much smaller number of private burials taking place. So actually, the trends are different between burial and cremation. And we also, again, we do see a very small sector of church and community burials still taking place as well. There's something to be aware of. And also, ash interments as well. I didn't really look at the breakdown, but yeah, it looks like private ash interments are also
you know, that's also dominating. Okay, next slide. What about Buddhists? Okay, what about Buddhists? I don't have access to data on how Buddhists engage in this sector. I can make some educated guesses, and my assumption would be that we actually follow population trends as a whole. And also, you know, based on the type of providers that we have in the Western Sydney area, where you do have areas like the Fairfield LGA, where you have these bigger Buddhist populations. You know, I assume that, you know, Buddhists are mostly going via the private sector. Okay, so we had approximately 56,500 deaths in New South Wales in 2021. So we have about 200,000 Buddhist individuals. So we can expect that, you know, about 1,500 Buddhists died in 2021 to 2022, you know, just based off doing the figures. So, I mean, like, Buddhists die every year. So when you have a population of that size, it probably does justify, you know, ongoing engagement in this space. Okay, next slide. So the other things we've been doing, you know, in the CCCG is that the New South Wales government regulator is currently in the process of making legalised exemption pathways available for out-of-pocket cremation. So if you are cheap like me and you think, okay, you know, there's no way I want anyone spending money on a coffin, you know, it should be possible to get cremated in your robes or in your bed sheets, or, you know, whatever you would like to do once they develop the pathway. So this is currently available in Victoria, Tasmania and South Australia. So the New South Wales pathway is still in development. So actually Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales will be looking into it as a group. You know, we were encouraged not to lobby individually about the pathway. So what that will likely involve, it will involve an exemption pathway. So, you know, there has to be paperwork that says you belong to a particular community. But, you know, that's something which is a work in progress. So that is just something I wanted to point out because, you know, things like coffins, they are an additional expense when it comes to funerals. Next slide. So the other thing about our cemetery and crematoria area is that it's currently being licensed for the first time in New South Wales, which also means a lot of stuff is happening at the moment for our providers. So one of the things that's happening for them is, if we move to the next slide, is that from July the 1st, operators must meet faith and cultural guidelines in New South Wales. So this does not include funeral directors, except where contracted by local councils and regional areas. The majority of complaints which are received by Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales are actually about maintenance and customer service. Actually, a very tiny percentage of those complaints are cultural or religious. But, you know, Cemeteries and Crematoria New South Wales does actually have, you know, a proper complaints process, and they do actually review those complaints. So next slide, please. However, you know, when it comes to actually setting up a framework for how we interact with this scheme, I couldn't, when you want to know, like, what do Buddhists actually need in terms of their funeral practices, I could not find an existing study of Buddhist funeral practices in Australia. So this will be our next project, or my next project. But I have spoken with the committee, and what I'm hoping to do is to actually do interviews in the community about, you know, how particular communities, you know, do their funerals or what they need. And there's actually, you know, sometimes when we talk about diversity in Buddhist community, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because we want to communicate diversity on the one hand, but at the other hand too, our providers don't necessarily want to listen when it comes to communicating infinite diversity either. However, the thing that I think we also need to be very cautious of is making assumptions about, what communities do. Because say, for example, in many Theravada countries, if you look at how, funerals worked in earlier times, many of these countries had a home-based component. In some communities, it's actually not really done these days, to bring the body back home in Australia. However, in other Theravada communities, they are looking at making use of their community hall, for that purpose. So you may have, like, say, for example, even within the Theravada community, we don't all adapt in different ways. There may be multiple ways of accommodating and adapting, in addition to regional practices that, we may just not know about unless we ask. For example, I only recently learned that in the Khmer community, they have this tradition of funeral songs. So they will actually sing Buddhist songs, at the funeral. And for me, this was something that even though, you have the connection, unless you ask, you don't actually know. So that's why, I really am hoping to get that funeral information book done, because then we can go back and say to providers, okay, you asked us for information about Buddhist funerals. You can look at the book, and we don't need to go back and talk to every community individually every single time, unless that's something that would actually be helpful. Okay, next slide. Okay, so operators were actually very quick to attempt to implement the faith and cultural guidelines. And again, this has been keeping me busy as well. So, for example, one of the Crown Trusts wanted to put internet materials on their staff intranet, and another one of the operators wanted to produce a video. So I have been involved in those projects, still awaiting their conclusion. However, it's always a communication process, because, sometimes there are things that I would like to communicate, to the Crown Trust about how our community works, that we do have 3 traditions in Australia, none of which really have an absolute dominance. However, just being able to communicate that sometimes what people are open to hearing, it may just be that they want to tick a box, that we just want the Buddhist funeral. And, it's a bit of a working project to actually, to actively communicate the fact that, the Crown Trusts need to be, just aware of their particular demographic and the communities that they are serving, and not to make assumptions, based on the fact that they score one thing. Yeah, and the other thing, okay, these projects were very quick, but the thing about them being so quick too is that this actually managed to preempt the submission of any documentation to Cemeteries and Crematory in New South Wales. So it's all in process. So next slide. Okay, so where do we go from here? Okay, so the thing is, I sit on these committees and I'm happy to participate. I'm happy to provide general information about Buddhism, what the Buddhist community is. However, some of these committees actually, they have a little bit more potential than that. We need to understand, like, when we go onto these committees, why are we there for? What is the Sangha interest? What is the Buddhist interest? And, what the Buddhist interest is not the opinion of one individual. We all only have 2 eyes. We can only ever see just, our little section of the world. So actually we need to have broader conversations about, what we actually need from this space, whether that's anything at all. So what I've just seen personally is that we're quite okay at getting individuals out to these committees. It's not really a problem. And, many of us have actually contributed, to various projects before in this space. It's not new. However, when you have individuals, going to the committee, if that person changes, the knowledge is lost, the connections are lost, and there's not as much continuity. The other thing too is that when we have individuals, sometimes, in terms of the information we're presenting, I really hope that someone else hasn't told them, something different, before me. So what I'd like to see happen is that we could
also develop, organizations that are working parallel to our Crown Trusts in this space. Because actually, I think at present we're actually underselling ourselves as a community. There is actually room for at least maybe, another 2 organizations which can support the Buddhist community in this space. And I want to elaborate a little bit more on the next slide, because like I said, my actual background is not really funeral. I do have experience, in campaign management, community organizing, and organizing communities. So, when we talk about like community organizing, there are different models, but, the easiest model is to organize community, to draw on the knowledge bases we already have and get those people who are knowledge holders, people like yourselves, all together in one room with a single aim. So some of this stuff, it's quite easy to do. It's just about, whether we actually want to do it or not. The second thing that is of interest to me is moving from opinion, where we just have representatives just, talking about what they've seen, to policy, where we've actually had a chance to work through as a group, what does the Buddhist community as a whole, what do we really believe about our funerals, what would we like to see represented, and what that means for us in a local context, because the local context, it involves multiple issues. So we have things like, the environmental movement, we have the emergence of natural burial. We have a lot of other things happening in this space as well. I'm just talking about the ones, the ones we're most likely to encounter. If we're communicating to people about, cremation or natural burial, is what we're communicating actually based on evidence, or is it just, based on our own opinion? So, if we could work through together as a group, to get a document, that would actually be really helpful, because then we can go back to these committees and say, this is the basis of what I'm presenting. And the third thing that I think would really change how we interact in this space would be to move from anecdotal data, what Bhante Kaliko has, termed anecdata. Was that your term, Bhante? Yeah, okay. So we need to move from the anecdotal data to evidence. So, that means like when we're talking about issues, that we're taking a fuller spectrum of the community and not just our little patch, because sometimes our little patches may have demographic characteristics which are actually a little bit abnormal. Our little patch may be English speaking, or our little patch may be in the northern suburbs rather than the southern suburbs, or we may be on the other side of the tracks. We may have issues which may actually be quite different, to the Buddhist community next door. So it's, it's important, A, that we're talking to everyone, and it's important, B, that we're actually engaging the other organizations that work in this space. So, there are organizations like the Australian Deaf Studies Association that, they had a presentation for our group the other day. They actually do studies on like environmental impact for, cremation burial. If we're talking to our supporters, actually maybe it's better to refer them back to the study rather than to make assumptions, that, like green burial is the way of the future, or these type of like grand assumptions. Yeah, because there was something I wanted to say about that. Oh, okay, because, there was a study done last year in September by, it was actually done by an insurance company called Seniors Insurance, I think. And religious organizations are actually very influential, in shaping people's, choices around, death care, cremation, interment. So religious organizations are actually the 5th most influential group. So, slightly lower than movies or like the media. So a lot of people will actually get, their knowledge about what's appropriate from religious spaces. Again, we have Buddhists are not like other religions. We have our own way of interacting in this space. So I'm not like, it's not necessarily like other religions where you might have the you know, the body preparation space, you know, right next to your place of worship, at least not in Sydney. However, you know, we may still have, you know, just influence in a general term, in general terms. Okay, next slide. Okay, yeah, and again, this is just what I'm saying. In some of these committees, we may actually be even able to ask for a second seat at the table. And that's pretty unusual. I don't think I've ever really done a lot of committees, but I would be happy to have actually 2 Buddhist representatives there. But, you know, it's just one of the nice things about this space is that a lot of people assume that, you know, Buddhists should be there. And, you know, we are actually seen as an essential part of the community, at least in the New South Wales committees I've done. So what we could do would actually be to try and get, you know, a second space, to use a dedicated organisation to help communicate new information back to the public and to prevent knowledge from being lost. Okay, next slide. Okay, so, you know, talking to a lot of people, like people are also concerned about choice. You know, they don't want to be like other religions where you have to go through their services. However, you know, the fact that we may choose to engage with information that's presented or not, you know, that doesn't mean we can't do it. You know, we can manage to get enough people in the community together who believe in similar things, you know, to actually keep getting information out there without, you know, it having to be like, this is the one and only Buddhist monopoly, you know, information or service provider. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so what I'd actually recommend in terms of, you know, what we could really do in this space, you know, there are things which are information-based rather than services-based. So we could, you know, we could run regular deaf cafes, which could be mixed. You know, they could be, we have monastics there, we have community-based funeral directors there. So you can get it, everything done at the same time. You know, you can ask whatever questions you want to ask about your will, about what options are. And you can also, you know, talk to the monk or nun, like this is what Buddhism teaches us about karma. This is, you know, what Buddhism teaches us about this life and the next life and about liberation. So, you know, stuff like that, it's not resource intense. You know, you can just run it and people can get their questions answered. And the same for Dying to Know Day. I think there are about 60 Dying to Know Days registered in New South Wales. You know, we should have Buddhist community Dying to Know Day. We should all get together and just ask our really like the most crazy questions that have just been eating us inside. Because that's what I like doing. I like asking the really strange questions, like can we do like the shroud? Can we take the shroud? You know, for like Kamsukala. So if you want to ask that question, you know, you can come to Buddhist Deaf Cafe in the future. So what I've seen other organizations do that work is to actually work on building partnerships. So, you know, we don't have to be there, like, it's a choice. So voluntary partnerships around people who share similar ideas and, you know, who want to actually get together to organize, you know, on these issues. And again, we can develop partnerships with funeral directors and crown trusts. And there are a couple of special instances where these partnerships actually have a lot of potential to help. And Bhante Sujato did Ya's funeral. Ya, you know, would have been a situation where if we had this sort of organization, that sort of organization could be helping, you know, in the case where the family is overseas and they want a local contact to organize a Buddhist funeral. So, you know, it's like, it happens, right? I personally had 2 of these in about 2 years. And, you know, they want to know, like, can someone organize Buddhist funeral locally? So instead of like the cost for that coming back to our supporters, you know, that we could have, you know, people there who want to drive the monks and nuns to get to the funerals of these people who have died without any family here, or who want to actually support in that way. And again, the other situation where that's really helpful for is also potentially homeless. I haven't had any of those myself, but, you know, we could imagine a situation, you know, we have a lot of people dying on the streets, right? And the people you see on the streets, I talk to them, some of them are actually Buddhists. you know, when these people die, who's going to remember them? Like, no one's going to remember them unless we actually actively engage in community memorialization. You know, so many homeless people die in winter every year. So those are the areas where I think we could have more impact than we're currently having. And the other thing I just wanted to point out is low-cost pathways and financial aid for monastic funeral. Because some of the partnerships, you know, some of the people we're currently working with, actually, if you want low-cost cremation in New South Wales, easiest way is just via Kemps Creek Crematorium. So that's actually Catholic cemeteries. So actually knowing, you know, this is, you know, if we want this particular thing, this is how we get it. Actually finding out that information takes a little bit of effort. If we just had it signposted, you know, this is, you know, this is what's available. That way people can just see on the website, oh, okay, this is the breakdown. This is how we're not avoiding, you know, passing on a lot of funeral costs. You know, if that's what we prefer to do. Because say like, you know, if we're not working, I know for me personally, I wouldn't want to be a burden on our association or a burden on anyone in the community. And, you know, the people who run our association are individually not wealthy, you know. I don't want any of them to feel that because, you know, they've become involved with the monastery, that, you know, suddenly they're going to get hit up later on with costs. So anyway, these are just ideas, but this has also come out of 2 years of talking to people that actually are in this space. Okay, next slide. Okay, so yeah, I preempted myself. And the other thing too to be aware of is just changing demographics. So having sat, you know, with a bunch of community representatives, you know, at Rookwood Cemetery, you know, they asked us like, what do you need? And I said, please, you know, pay attention to the changing demographics and please talk to us, because the older cemeteries were set up for a very different demographic. Older cemeteries were not set up with Buddhists in mind, typically. You know, some cemeteries, like for example, in South Australia, Adelaide Cemeteries Authority, I think is a good example. You know, they have actually adapted and added Buddhist sections. So, anyway, that's just something to be aware of. And, you know, in this space as a whole, the other thing that I think, you know, is relevant just to be aware of is law reform. Because, you know, we inherit a particular structure, and the structure we inherit, it is a structure. It's not inherently good because it's the structure we inherited. And it's not, you know, it's not like the be all and end all of what, you know, of what cremation and interment has to look like in multicultural Australia. And actually, you know, there are some segments of the community that have very, you know, challenging issues in terms of accessing, you know, culturally appropriate funeral services. So I mentioned, you know, the issue of sorry business, but actually, if you talk to people in this space, a lot of them are also supportive of legalizing open fire cremation, which in fact used to be legal in Australia. And when I first started engaging in these issues, to be honest, I did not understand this issue at all. I thought, you know, that the reason why we don't have open fire cremation would have been about maybe the environment or something. I thought like there must be reasons for it, like somewhere, you know, in the stratosphere. However, you know, the more I actually talked to people and the more I learned, in the USA, Buddhist communities, you know, there is a place where you can get like community-based open fire cremation and, you know, legal. And like, when we think about, you know, what the future for multicultural Australia looks like, you know, not many people would say that, you know, that only that, you know, we should have unequal access to, you know, to funeral customs. Actually, when you ask people, most people would say we should all have equal access, you know, to choice around our funerals. So, you know, I think this is a discussion we should have as a community, because one person can't say, actually, this is what the Buddhist community as a whole believes, that if we go through a meeting, we can actually come together and decide, this is what we actually would like to see happen on this issue. Because unfortunately, what has happened in other countries is that this particular issue has gone to court. And what's happened when this issue has gone to court, the open fire cremation legalization issue, is that peak bodies haven't been prepared to deal with it. They haven't really understood, like the first principles that, we should all have equal access to culturally appropriate burials. And they've ended up arguing things in slightly, in maybe a less good way than they should have. So if we have the discussions as a group, we can actually sit down with the evidence and we can talk it through and not be, just saying whatever the first stuff that comes off the top of our head. And the second law reform issue is the ability to appoint a funeral agent. So like you may do your enduring guardian, where you appoint someone to make decisions relating, to your healthcare when you're not capable on your behalf. We should be able to do that with funerals. We should be able to say, this is the person I would like to appoint to take care of my funeral. And as monastics who may move, who may not live in conventional family arrangements, I personally think this is something, which is actually of relevance to us, because say if you've moved, you just want to be able to tell people, like, this is the person who should be responsible. Because like the way it works in New South Wales is, I believe it's based off, well, I just had a mental blank, that, we don't currently have the ability to do that in New South Wales. So next slide. Okay, so I talked about it already. Okay, next sentence. Because yeah, once we have policy, then we can lobby. No policy, very hard to lobby. So once we have institutions, we can get data. The more data we have, the easier it is to lobby. And we shouldn't be afraid to actually just to ask for what we need. We live in a democracy, so we have people power, and we have consumer choice. And when we think about like all of the people in this room, the average spend on a funeral in New South Wales, well, in Australia, is currently $9,000. So you look at every single person in this room, but the choices that we make, even if the people organize the cheapest one for you, that's still a lot of money by the time you add up everyone. We could have that money, going back to community projects, or going back, to actually, we could, build a whole temple. So, we want to be careful about, where we're actually spending our money. Is it going back to TPG Propriety Limited that runs InvoCare? Or are we finding ways, to cut costs and keep, money going back, to things that benefit the community. So that's just the presentation I had to share with everyone. So we are running a little bit short on time, but I can take questions.
I think we might leave the questions until we have the breakout groups later. I'm sorry to cut that short because there's so much in this space. There's a lot of questions in my mind.
Yeah.
Because so
yeah.
Amazing.
I know this is probably the first time anyone's actually talked about some of this stuff. So thank you everyone for your patience. But if you aren't attending the breakout group, but you still have questions, feel free to email me, because like I said, I think we should have a discussion. Things should never just proceed from one person. So thank you everyone.
Thank you so much, Alistair. And I know from having been a little bit involved previously with cemeteries and crematoria in New South Wales and the funeral industry, that this is a massive area. So it's great to have your continuity in this space. And you seem to be quite receptive, as you said. Yeah, so we will also take up at the level as well. Okay, I'd now like to invite Dr. AJ Mirajani from Ambakar International Mission, if you'd like to come down. Unveiling caste discrimination, exploring its mechanism, genesis, and contemporary relevance. Dr. A.J. Nurjani arrived in Australia for his doctoral research in applied biology and biotechnology, and now has multifaceted career spanning various domains within the Australian government, corporate and entrepreneurial sectors. Beyond his professional pursuits, AJ is a passionate advocate for social justice, inspired by the teachings of Dr. B.R. So we welcome you down. As you're making your way, if people want to stand up and have a little stretch momentarily. Then this one. Yeah. Thank you.
Pandami, good afternoon, Chairman, and time. Firstly, I would like to pay my respects and acknowledge the traditional owner and custodians of our country, the land on which we meet. I would also like to pay my respects to elders past, present, and those emerging. I would also like to extend my respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people present here today. I'd like to pay my gratitude and homage to Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, IoT Das, Periyar Ramaswamy, Mahatma Jyotirao Phule, Sant Kabir, Sri Guru Ravidas Ji, Birsa Munda, and many more torch bearers and emancipators who showed us light and path to unjust and equitable society. And if you see me today here, it's all because of these people who has worked hard for me to be. I would also like to thank the ASA committee for providing us an opportunity to unveil one of the few human tragedies so awful as that of India's untouchables. In my presentation today, I will briefly explore the following. What is the caste system? And who are untouchables? What is genesis, origin, and mechanism of caste system? Thirdly, the introduction to Ambedkar International Mission, that's the organization that I will be presenting today. And who is Dr. Ambedkar? His brief introduction. His work emancipate, and thirdly, the most important conversion to Buddhism. And then current situation of Dalits in India and Australia, and relevance of caste discrimination in Australian context. I would also like to end my presentation with the way forward and our asks and what we want to, how we want to communicate and connect with ASA. I will follow up on Vilo's presentation, which was really and mind-blowing and mind-opening presentation for me today, that how we can communicate and how we can connect a community as a community to all of you as a religious or parents here, to show us the path, to show us the light, and to take us on the journey with you together, and how we can achieve all this together. I'll go to my next slide, and that is where we start. I might like to spend some time, but I'll try not to. So, if you see this triangle here, you see how the caste system is Now, in order to help you understand, I will begin with some fundamental facts. And one of them is that India is a land of villages, small villages. There are about 614,930 villages. And major portion of Indian population resides in these villages. And they are mostly the economy of agricultural products, where farming. These are mostly the farming. And there is now the other fact that all of these villages will have two sections. One is the main village, and the other part is the village or the community that's outside the village. So if you see this triangle here, Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, the Vaishyas, the Shudras. This is how the caste system goes in India, in most of the Hindu communities. That's how it is. This is been written in one of the books, which is the holy book of Hindus called Manusmriti. And this is where we sit. We don't sit in this triangle actually. We sit outside of this triangle. So Brahmins or the priests are on top of the tree. They preach and they get educated and they get all the rights. Kshatriyas who fight, and then Vaishyas who deal with the trade, and Shudras are the laborers. Those are the landowners, those are the agriculture farmers, and all the untouchables. Now I'm talking about people, the community that I'm coming from. We don't sit all together in this structure. We are outside of this structure. All of these things happen in the settlement. There is a code in each village, and that code, we need to follow that code. If we don't follow the code, we will face the consequences of that. And those consequences can go from a physical abuse, a mental abuse, a rape, up to murder. And I'm not talking about 1940, I'm not talking about the Dr. Ambedkar over there. I'm not talking about the 1,000 years ago. It still happens. And if you see why these codes are there. So as Dr. Ambedkar saw the caste system, it's an unequal mode of organization of social relations, with the pure and the impure at either extreme. And then one of the statements I would like to make it here, that mostly there is a misconception that caste is a system or a thing that has been a construct of colonial intervention. So it's this type of stigma, this type of misinterpretation of caste has been done for a long time by the higher communities, higher caste, and they keep saying that it is the Britishers, when they came in, they started doing this divide and rule policy. However, if you ask me, I would say that it dates back long way back. But it is not true. The divide and rule has been there always. So, and as I said, every village has its own social code. The lists are compelled to follow. Any attempt would be result in significant punishment. Caste has enabled the Hindu caste stratified society to function premised on birth and occupation. So if you are born as an untouchable, you have to be dying as an untouchable. You cannot, by any means, by education, by literacy, by any other means, by money, by social development, economic development, by any means, you cannot change your status. You have to stay in that status. You're born in that status. So that is where it becomes really difficult. It's very the struggle for us is so difficult in that concept that the equations of the social justice and social economic balance has derailed us for a long time. And most of these things are like based on the purity coefficient equation. So if you are born priest, you are very pure. If you are born Dalit, if you're born untouchable, you are very impure. And it is coded in the system. And if you take back, the state I come from is Maharashtra. And I guess we are in touch with some of those as well, reproduction. So the same state in Maharashtra, there was a kingdom, Maratha kingdom. In those days, our people, my people, would not allow to walk on the street without a pot, elder pot being hanged in front of it, for her, and a broom tied behind to speak, so that we don't pollute the land with our feet, and to clean the shadows the street that we walk on. We are still not allowed some of those to still happen, and still the dimension has changed, and I will come back to that thing. So, and it is prevalent everywhere in India. It's still there. It becomes very, very difficult for people. In fact, the sacred text of Hinduism, the so-called Manusmriti, I'm not sure I've heard it, but the Manusmriti, formally written down perhaps about 2000 years ago, ostracizes Dalits as outcasts, and that is not belonging to the four caste division of Hindus, as there you can see in the triangle here. It's also important to remember that the Manusmriti was codified in the period of Hindu counter-reformation, when the Buddhist emperor, a descendant of great Emperor Ashoka, was assassinated in 185 BCE by his Hindu commander-in-chief, Pushyamitra Shunga, in a full view of the truth. The open assassination makes me conclude that this was no place coup. This was not a coup, but a defining act of counter-reformation and its purpose. There is a text called Ashok Vandana of the sacred security records that Pushyamitra, and that Ashok Vandana states that Pushyamitra hated Buddhism, hated Buddhism. And it says, and I quote, the king Pushyamitra equipped a fourfold army, and intending to destroy the Buddhist religion, he went to Kutarama. Then Pushyamitra therefore destroyed the Sangarama, killed the monks there, and departed. After some time, he arrived in Sakala and proclaimed that he would give 100 dinara reward to whoever brought him the head of this monk. This is what is quoted in Ashok Vandana. And why I am referring to this, and why I am taking you back to this course, is because there are theories of the conspiracy by the higher caste community to wipe our cultural identity, our existence, and continue having this structure of hierarchical caste-based structure to continue. They have to wipe the history for us. And some of those theories we have, and we are still, what this caste system has done was, they prevented us from being educated. They prevented us from being educated. So Manusmriti, in Manusmriti, it is written that if a Dalit or an untouchable hears a word of Sanskrit, a boiling oil should be poured in his ear. If he speaks or utters a word of Sanskrit, his tongue should be chopped. So this is how the education has prevented us. So they prevented us from being educated. If you don't get educated, you don't have economic balance, and you don't have economic balance, you don't have means to earn. If you don't have means to earn, you are never been able to grow. Then, when I said I talked about the concept and the fact of Indian continent, there was 640,000 villages, and the number of people staying there, and two components of that. 1/10 of our population of that village is that. So it's not a huge population. They are segregated, they are kept away, and they are not allowed to educate themselves. They don't have any land. They cannot buy a land, from the upper class. So they cannot grow their food, they cannot sell their food. No one would buy food or milk or a cotton or anything they produce from them because they are into. Now the impact of this is a large and it's an ongoing impact and it's still facing. Now, one of the things, if you see me here today in a suit, you might be thinking that this guy is probably that guy in this hot summer day, he's wearing this suit. This is like a role for me. My people were not allowed to wear new clothes. They had to be buying old clothes. We are not allowed to wear good clothes as well. And that is why Dr. Ambedkar has demonstrated that he wore those robes all the time, he wears suits all the time. And even in our journey, in our birth anniversary celebration that we do each year, we make sure that we wear ourselves very nicely. We just make sure that we will wear new clothes and we go in front of them, and that still enables them, that still makes them angry, that still can make them hate us. Recently, can we get next slide? If you see some of those things, I think I touched base on these. So that is what the second slide is mostly touch base on that. Can you please go to the third slide because I already spoken about it. You need to click it and see. These are the examples of very recent news articles. So these articles are coming up from February 2024. A Dalit group assaulted for grinding of pork. It is just happened in February 2024. It's not, I'm talking about the decade back. So this is what the question is. So there is a student, Dalit student assaulted for WhatsApp status featuring some God. So you cannot keep up with WhatsApp status. And this is happening today. This is happening as we are speaking. There are murders, there are rapes, there are assaults. That's how happening. On earth. Man beaten to death for lawfare interpretation. So we cannot have a love affair, or we cannot fall in love with a higher caste. And higher caste girl cannot fall in love with me. We cannot get that interaction with the community. So these are the things that are still persistent in there. And I'm talking about the community that is projected itself, it's a land of Buddha, projected itself, is now predicted by the government of India for being most non-violent, peaceful country and proof to the India. This is a snapshot of a Google search, or Google, if you search for a Dalit word, 463,000 results. 463,000 results will pop up for the atrocities that are currently happening. And there is nobody even to see why we are happening, what's happening in there. So that is the intensity of our community spirit, and what is it makes me really sad and it makes me really agitated that what we can do to improve this situation and how we can get in better life of this. So even today, when I migrated to Australia 22 years ago, I met some of Indian friends from my communities. I get to hear comments about my community, very derogatory comments, which they were unaware, they were not aware, because it is a general understanding between the higher caste Indians that they won't see an untouchable person from this community background coming forward to Australia, working as doing his PhD or working as a scientist. So that is a different ballgame. So they are unaware, and being unaware, they just open up their heart and they derogatory remark for my community. Then I have to tell them that I belong to that community. And they were shocked. They said, no, you cannot say truth because your people are never very friendly. Will never be friendly because I never go. I always wear nice clothes. I always wear my coat. I always speak nicely, and I always have a good communication, a knowledge-based communication with them. The scientific background, I do good in my work, so they think that I'm not belonging to the community. And that is the general observation here. So these are some of the facts, and if you go to the next slide, I would say. Now I'll start introduction to the Ambedkar International Mission Australia and Dr. Ambedkar himself. So why Dr. Ambedkar and why we are following Dr. Ambedkar? So Dr. Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar, popularly known as Baba Saheb Ambedkar, is a champion for us, outer jailers, who worked hard to secure a place for Dalits in the Constitution of India. He was a lawyer by profession, a man of wide learning, who was educated in Columbia, Bombay, and London universities. He became a member of for Labour in Viceroy's Crown Council, and from this position, he started his efforts to eradicate social evil like untouchability and caste discrimination. Dr. Ambedkar was one of the architects of the Indian Constitution and a Buddhist revivalist. He was a well-known politician and an eminent jurist, leader throughout his life, who fought for the rights of Dalits and other social backward classes. Ambedkar was appointed as the nation's first law minister in the cabinet of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. He was born into a poor and disabled family. He spent his whole life fighting against social discrimination, overcoming numerous social and financial obstacles. Ambedkar obtained college education in India. Eventually, law degrees and multiple doctorates for his study and research in law, economics, and political science from Columbia University and London School of Economics. He died on 6 December 1956, and he was posthumously awarded the Bharat Ratna, the highest civilian award for an Indian person, in 1990. Why? Now there might be so many questions. When I claim that we are not allowed to study, we are not allowed to education, how can one person get so much of education? He has his own struggle. He, according to in his own words, what he said is, he was a product of the era of that era, when Britishers they fought wars with the Indian kingdom, and people who fought for them were mostly underprivileged. So they recruited us, and that's where the first recruitment for a job happened in India. And that was the opportunity that Dr. Ambedkar's father got, and he became an army officer because they were given that opportunity to work. In later days, this opportunity was also taken away. So we cannot take it granted that this is the colonization has helped us, but we do say that colonization has helped us in a certain way to initiate, to start some of those educational backgrounds. And some of those untouchable people who got opportunity to work in the military could educate their kids to certain level. That doesn't mean that Dr. Ambedkar don't have to face those atrocities. He has to sit outside the door. If you have seen some work, if you're aware of the African American struggle, it's a similar sort of thing. He has to study, sit outside the door and listen. He couldn't get the same, he couldn't drink water from the same for the other kids. The kids won't give him anything, they cannot eat in the same thing or he has strict like that. He got his degree somehow, and then the King of Baroda helped him financially to go abroad and study in Columbia University. And that's where he has shown his intelligence and life. So I always say to my people that, and we always say to our people that why the higher caste people kept us away from this struggle, because we are so smart. One person can change the whole game for them. He becomes so steady that there was no option for the current government other than to recruit him to frame the Constitution of India. Now, if you study the Constitution of India, if you get a copy of Constitution of India, you can see how he has impregnated all the facts from the Buddhist era. The emblems, the designs, the codification, the language, the basic democracy concept coming to him from Buddhism. Some of those French revolutionists do say that they came from the French revolutionary ideas, but Ambedkar refuted that. If you go to the basic, it goes back to my, he used to call Kabir his guru and Buddha his thought enlightenment. So he told that it is from the Buddhist thing. And if you get a copy of a Constitution of India, probably I'll ask my brother and friend here, probably someday to pass on that copy of Constitution of India to you guys to see how it has been implemented. So Dr. Ambedkar was very learned. He learned for 26 years. He learned all religions. He went through the integrity of all religions. And then he said, Buddhism is our way. And then also that's where some of those things when I was saying that why we are so connected to Buddhism is, and why the history has been wiped out, how the land of Buddha has no Buddhism there is some of those things lies in those realities that has happened. We don't know yet because we don't have a clue. We are still studying. Our people are trying to study in those areas. Our researchers are now looking at architects, the people to study the history behind the things they are, the languages that they are studying. They are all trying to bring that history in front of us. So even in Indian history, when I was studying history as a kid, they won't tell me about all this other history of Ashoka or why how Ashoka was hidden from Indian masses for so many long years until a British historian revealed his identity to the world in 1800s. In 1840 or something, I don't recall the date, but I think that's when people come to know about Ashoka, who was the greatest Buddhist preacher and survived revival. So after publishing a series of books and articles arguing that Buddhism was the only way for untouchables to gain equality, Ambedkar publicly converted on 14th October 1956 at Diksha Bhumi, Nagpur, and declared himself Buddhist. And on that day, around 365,000 of his followers converted to Buddhism at the same ceremony. So that's one of the picture from Nagpur, the city closest to me. On the next day, on 16th October 1960, the day after that, Ambedkar gave Buddhism to more than 300,000 of us at Chandrapur, that is managing place. So I'm very proud to be part of that process. My parents were, I wasn't born at that time, but I think that is where we connect with Buddhism, and we call those places Diksha Bhumi. And people inspired by Ambedkar's conversion at that time, there was about 5,000 Tamils in Myanmar that accepted Buddhism in Rangoon, under the leadership of Chan Kun, the Justice of the Supreme Court of India, Burma, on 20th October 1996. So there are some of those traditional backings going back to Burmese Buddhism. Has got some connections to Ambedkar's work at that time. So that's the photo. That's my place, Chandrapur, and very proud of being coming from that place. We have aggregation every year at that place, and we are so connected with these things again. So now the next phase of my discussion is the current situation of Dalits in India and Australia. I briefly mentioned why in the genesis of caste system that how the situation of Dalits is in India currently. The news articles you can see very clearly that they are still happening. The structure has changed, the form has changed, but it doesn't mean the intensity has changed. So now when Dr. Ambedkar accepted Buddhism, he appealed to his masses community that don't stay in villages. villages can be, if you look at it, you are clearly defined into two sets of community sections there. If you move to cities, you'll probably get intermingled, you will submerge into the masses, and your identity might be, you might not be able to identify, people of high class might not be able to identify you so clearly because of the sheer mass of population, the way the cities are structured. But nowadays, I'm really sad to say, but these are the things that in a city like Mumbai, which is so crowded that you can't find 1 square feet of land so easily. But people from our communities, if they find their neighbor in an apartment of 202 square meter apartment next door is an untouchable, they will sell their apartment and run away. And then nobody will buy that apartment unless there is another untouchable who can buy that. They won't buy if they know that there is an untouchable in your neighborhood. So these are the things that are still happening. So this is not next slide, please. So if you can see the statement made by Dr. Ambedkar, he mentioned that long on back that if Hindus migrate to other regions on Earth, Indian caste would become a world problem. That was his statement in 1940. And he said, this is what's going to happen. They will carry everywhere they will go. And this happens. And we have the living experience here. Indians in Australia are the second largest migrant group now. They are a big community. Now, when I came to Australia 22 years back, it wasn't that big, and it was much easier for me to dwell in the community. Now, as the Indian population is growing, there are more evidences that are coming in front of us as an Ambedkar International Mission organization that we see, we connect with people, we connect with the students that are coming from our community to Australia for study. And there are more vivid experiences of the So Ambedkar International Mission, we are working together to now connect with the government and Australian government. We lobbied for a couple of years now with major political parties, senators, some of them from Greens political party, much more affectionate, much more considerate for us. They gave us some platform. They provided us opportunities to explain, just like you guys done us. So we put a case in front of them. They have accepted it. The senator, the previous senator, Liliana, and the current senator, Parodi, they both accepted that. And then the current Green community has included caste as a form of discrimination in their policy document. In Australia, the problem is that if one of my community persons goes and complains to Australian police that I have been discriminated, the cops won't understand how can an Indian discriminate an Indian. They won't understand that. And this has happened very recently. 2 weeks ago, I received a call from one of the students from Perth. He has been manhandled and assaulted by his owner. This is a new student for 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks before that, he came to Australia for his study. He got his national scholarship. That is a scholarship that has been initiated and put into the constitution by Dr. Ambedkar. So he got that scholarship to study overseas. He came over here 2 weeks time. So he got into the rental property. The owner then decided, came to know about his class data. He trashed it. He showed you have to bracket the whole immediately. And they went to the cops and they couldn't understand what is happening here. They said there are other issues behind the scene, and there can be a number of things. But discrimination is something which is very a volatile idea. How you are discriminated is based on your understanding of how discrimination can be. you cannot, discrimination cannot be defined by someone else who is sitting on the other side of the fence. So that is where we are working as a Ambedkar International Mission to connect the lived experiences data. So last year when Australian Human Rights Commission released the draft for the racial discrimination policy, we provided comments from our Ambedkar International Mission along with some of the similar community organizations like some Sri Guru Ravidas Sabha. And but at that time, we provided comments and we asked Australian Human Rights Commission to include the word caste as a form of discrimination. Now the history behind this, they have accepted it. What they are now asking us to provide a lived experience data that we are connecting. But from 23rd of March, Ambedkar International Mission, along with Sri Guru Ravidas Sabha in Sydney, we are having workshops with community members, asking them to provide their lived experience of discrimination. Now, many people don't even understand what if they have discriminated either. So young generation students, they can't see how they are discriminated. Someone in the group of Indian students, you just go and you are being accepted socially, and suddenly after a hint that this person coming from social this background or a class background, then it doesn't get invited into the parties, it doesn't get invited, and that is exclusion, doesn't get really understood. Some of the questions that have been asked by some of my contemporaries within the area of Ambedkar is how we can retain our identity as a Buddhist now, because when powers are Ambedkar Buddhism, we accepted Buddhism. So I wanted to have that discussion. AM as an organization, we wanted to have that discussion with you, to engage with you, to see how we can maintain that identity, we can engage in that identity here. And this change. Next slide. So the way forward for us in Australian context, that is what we want to see is we want to get acknowledged, we want to get engaged, and we want to mitigate. So those are the three things that we are also looking at you guys, you all as an this organization, Sangha Association, that how we can get that out. We are a people coming from fold of Hinduism, and now if you understand how Hinduism, I think I have a quote somewhere here in my speech that I get back to that quote later on. But I think we have seen that 300,000 people converted on the day of Ambedkar. Then another 300,000 succeeded on the day next to that, on 16th of October. So apart from that, we accepted because we knew what Dr. Ambedkar is asking for us. He has got good intention for us. He has declared that until and unless you go away or move away from Hinduism, you cannot get out of untouchability. You cannot get out of the caste system. He declared the fact that although I am born in Hinduism, I will never die as a Hindu. And that's what his promise is fulfilled on 19th of the 19th. There is a strong sense of understanding that we need to understand why he said like that, what is the claims that he has made like that and all that. And now for us, because after that, 6th December, he passed away, very short time after he accepted. So our people are still somewhere unaware of what to follow, how to follow. We are still under the shadows and folds of Hinduism. Coming out of it, we really need this association. And when I was hearing Ayasuira's presentation, I really like those ideas. Those were the enlightening things that we need to know how we manage our identity, how we can have that Buddhist identity rather than an untouchable identity. We want to get out of it. We want to we want to have our own VRR, or maybe our people get us fit into VRR. We want to have all rituals and all obligations of Buddhism follow us. We want our people to be educated, to understand Buddhism in the way what we should, because we are left alone for a long time. There are, it doesn't mean that we don't have leaderships in that. We don't have the monks, but there are quite good monks who have still been teaching us, leading us, directing our people. But I think even in the state of Australian context, I, as an AIM here, would like to appeal to you all to help us, hold our hand, to guide us to a certain extent, and to make sure that my community is not left alone, and we don't have, because our identity sometimes gets illusion. We don't want to have that illusion. We want to have a strong identity emphasized within us that we are now Buddhists, and we need to follow those processes. We need to follow the right path. We need to rekindle our heels within us. The discrimination that has happened to us for so many years has broken us inside. We want to get those things fixed. We want to make those connections. We want to, my community wants that, have that need now to be apart. So that is why I was saying that you also want to acknowledge, you want the existence to be acknowledged. We cannot be seen as an Indian alone. We cannot be seen as a Dalit Indian alone. We also want to see and enhance our identity as a Buddhist, as Indian Buddhist. And I will explain you one of my personal experience, when I was dealing with the Indian High Commission of India, and I said, we want to have an Indian Buddhist organization registered in Australia, and I said, go do that. There is nothing like that. If you and another experience, so you will see some of my context, why I'm saying this. So why is this higher authority, the Indian higher authority, has said something like that. One of my colleagues, an Indian colleague in my work, we have been friends for a couple of years. We used to go out for dinners, lunches most of the time, family gatherings as well. One of the lunches, I went there, and we were just talking about the religious things of Diwali, the festival of Diwali that's coming in. And I said, I don't celebrate Diwali because I don't think that is my religious event. And he said, what? You are Indian? So I said, no, but I'm Buddhist. And he said, what? There is a Buddhist in India. What are you saying? Where are you coming from? Then he stopped talking with me after that. So, because then he understood that I am a giver. So they don't want us to come forward. Even when I said that our putting a word, caste, discrimination into AHR's documentation in Australian context, in Australian policy thing, we have been trying this at UNICEF level, WHO level, and UNICEF, and that we have been prohibited by the voting. So one of the colleagues, a young Dalit girl, woman, researcher, she went to one of the United Nations youth congregation in Sri Lanka 2 years back, and she said, we need to discuss at the youth level that there are problems about caste discrimination, and why at the United Nations youth level we cannot discuss that. She got some support from the countries like from the African countries, the European countries, but the representative, Indian representative, came to her and said, don't do that. We will oppose it. And they opposed it. And they didn't even let her get that topic on the table to discuss at the meeting. So that is the opposition we get and we feel. So that is where it is very important for us that we get that caste discrimination recognized, but as well as we also get to have our identity as a Buddhist established. We also need to go away from that identity. And this is something very complex matter. And probably I'm looking at you to help me get, or help our community to get that guidance, that light, to see how we can merge these identities to bring our community as a strong community and for our community. Ayasuya's presentation also continued my thought about the death we had 2 years back. One of the pioneers of American expedition passed away, unfortunately, and suddenly, and those incidents still happen. We wanted to have a Buddhist ceremony, and we did with the ceremony. I think we approached and this with them go and orient someone to us for that, and then very grateful for that. I think he always had those support for us community. We need those support. We need that community support from the community. We will try to connect, we have to work together. And I think that's a lot I said about it. I have got 2 books here, which I want to give to ASA. Both of these books are written by Dr. Ambedkar. The untouchables, who were they and why they become untouchables. So some of the concepts, some of the statements from my presentations are written in that. And then castes in India. How many different castes are there in India? He has done a good representation of that. So thank you so much. With this, I would like to take and thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for connecting us. And I would look forward to work more closely with you all. So
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Dr. Hendry. And we look forward to furthering the discussion in our breakout group. I'm not sure if you're able to stay for later on this afternoon.
Yeah, I will.
4 p.m. to have breakout group too. And thank you so much for introducing that whole history, which personally I didn't know. And the most amazing work and what you're continuing, and also for the sponsorship you're providing for ASA. So we'll now have afternoon tea. If we could take about 20 minutes so that we're more or less on time, if we can do that, that would stretch break would be great. We're back here as close to 3 as we can, so we don't disturb too much our schedule.
Yeah.
You there? Okay. Hello, Adam.
Hello?
They're just still coming back now from afternoon tea.
No problem.
I'll hand over to them to Trophy to introduce you. How was the lecture?
Well, it was okay from my point of view. I'd have to ask the students. We just did Patricia Samopara, so that's first time they would have encountered that idea.
But, I mean, did they engage with it? Well, I mean, you can't tell in a lecture, right? Unless they're actually talking back to you.
Yeah, well, so we'll have a tutorial in an hour and we'll discuss some of it then. But they seemed engaged. You know, they laughed occasionally.
I'll hand back to them to Trophy because she has some.
Afternoon, Adam.
Hello.
Hello. So, as I'd like to introduce our final speaker for today, Associate Professor Adam Bowles from the University of Queensland. So Adam is an Associate Professor in Asian Religions, Deputy Head of the School and Director of Research and Studies in Religion Discipline. Studies in Religion, Discipline Convener, and also President of the South Asian Studies Association. Adam's teaching, research and supervision areas include South Asian history and culture and South Asian religious traditions, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, as well as religious diversity in Queensland, among other things. He is among a team of University of Queensland researchers who received grant funding for the Queensland Atlas of Religion project, which he might like to tell us a little bit more about, in addition to the way that Buddhism is taught in historical context at the University of Queensland and what his teaching and supervision roles entail. That introduction, I'll hand over now to you, Adam.
Thank you, Venerable Choki. And thank you to ASA for inviting me to talk to you all. I hope you've had an enjoyable AGM and conference. I can't see the audience, so I'm not sure how many people are out there. I've just come from giving a 2-hour lecture and in an hour I've got a tutorial, so I'm a little discombobulated. But I've been talking about dependent origination, so it seems fitting. Anyway, I might explain a little bit more about me and what I do. My area of expertise is really Sanskrit literature. I did a Bachelor of Arts many years ago at La Trobe University, and I majored in Sanskrit, and I went on and did thesis work, mainly looking at the period with the Mahabharata, the great epic, and the context from which it arose between, sometimes we say between the empires, between the Mauryas and the Guptas. And so therefore I also worked a lot on the Sanskrit literature that emerged in that period, in particular Dharmashastra and Arthashastra and similar, you know, the narrative context, the Ramayana and so on. So in the context of that work, you know, Buddhism is part of that world. And so it was important for me to understand things about Buddhism, but I was also interested in Buddhism. I did a number of undergraduate courses that introduced me to the history of Buddhism. Some of them were taught by Greg Bailey, who was my Sanskrit teacher, or one of my Sanskrit teachers. Another was Professor Ali Franco, who recently retired from a chair in Leipzig in Europe. And with Professor Franco, I was very lucky as an undergraduate student to read Nagarjuna's Vigraha Vyavartini in Sanskrit together, which was, a very intense semester. And my Sanskrit at that point was pretty new, so I found it quite tough. I also had, I did a course with another lecturer on Buddhism. I've forgotten his name. Well, it'll come back to me at some point. But I was in a very lucky framework where I had quite a lot of expertise around me with people who knew about how to read and analyze difficult texts and learn languages, and then knew something about the history and the doctrines of religious traditions like Buddhism. We're not in that framework anymore at universities by and large, I'm afraid, certainly in Australia. So I'm increasingly nostalgic about that time. So I still today, a lot of my research is on the Mahabharata, but it's still, a lot of it is in that period. I still reflect on Buddhism within that historical context of my own research quite a lot. And one article, I'll just give an example. I haven't got this published yet, but one that's sort of getting near to the point where I can get this published is based on a discovery in the Mahabharata that in a version of an ashrama system, which was a type of Brahmanic thinking about religious vocations, there was a definition of a bhikshu, which was a term, as you know, what that means in a Buddhist context as a mendicant, but particularly means someone who's begging. But it was a term used within the Brahmanic, Jain, and Buddhist traditions. But the definition of the bhikshu in the Mahabharata had some odd features to it. And when I explored it a bit further, I discovered that it was actually from the Udana in the Bhikkhu Varga chapter of the Udana. And then you could actually track the way that this particular stanza had been distributed through Udana type literature, which at some point merges with Dhammapada type literature in the broader Buddhist canonical frameworks. It appears in Brahmanic Sanskrit, but also in Jain Prakrits as well, probably from a Brahmanic context as an influence though. So I'm still, very much involved in thinking about all these complexities, historical complexities and religious complexities. And I feel quite lucky that I've been able to spend a fair chunk of my life doing that. There was a time though where I didn't think I would ever get a job. I was very lucky that in 2009, a position opened up at the University of Queensland in the Studies in Religion program for someone with my expertise. And I was even luckier again that they decided to appoint me. And so since then, I've been teaching about Asian religious traditions, have taught Sanskrit as well within the context of that program. And almost every year I teach a course on the history of Buddhism. And so I'll talk a bit about that today, and a little bit about how I might go about it. And it may or may not be different to the way you might go about a similar sort of course. But, as academics, we have certain ways of approaching problems. One thing when we teach in studies in religion is we don't advocate, nor do we not advocate, if I can boulderize a Buddhist conception of the charting a middle way between two extremes. I don't regard myself as a promoter of any religious tradition or someone who argues against their worth and their validity. I'm really interested. I'm very happy for students to find that way for themselves. And I focus very much on trying to discuss how religions emerge and how we can know that. How do we come to an understanding of the historical development of religious traditions? And that, in that sense, it involves a type of epistemology that's very peculiar to the humanities. how can we be certain of any type of human thought as it's appeared in the past and we digest it in the present? And so that means dealing with problems of history, problems of language, problems of transmission, and so on. So what I thought I might do, I assume I'm able to share my screen. Is that true?
Yeah, yes, that's right, madam. Yes.
Yep. Okay, I'll do that now. And I'll show you the course outline for the course that I'm in the middle of doing right now. Can everyone see that? Can someone say yes or no? Because I can't see anyone.
For email at the moment?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay. I thought I was just hearing silence, which I should have read as affirmation, and now on reflection. So now this is just a Blackboard site, so it's a learning. We use it as our kind of platform for delivering content. The critical part is this left-hand margin, which shows the structure of my course, where I deal with it historically. I start at the beginning of trying to explain the historical context from which the Buddha emerged, the Gautama, that is. And so I give a bit of a backstory to Vedic thought and Vedic religious practice as well. And then once we've done that, I narrate a standard biography of the Buddha, of Gautama, which really a lot of it, as we know, is quite late in the textual history. So a fair bit of this would come from the Buddha Charita or somewhere like that. But I'm really just trying to talk to them about the nature of religious biography and what the purpose of that is, and that to not necessarily be averse to historicizing that or thinking of it as real history, but thinking of that in a that manages the epistemological problems. How do we really know these sorts of things happen, and what else might be going on in the way these stories develop? What's the purpose of the narrative? And that then becomes an opportunity to think about religious biographies as teaching opportunities, that they're ways of identifying important things for followers of a particular tradition. And then we spend the next 3 weeks going through I'll say the basic doctrine, but we know that it's not that basic once you start drilling down into it. And that means that the Four Noble Truths, or as I encourage them to think about it, the Four Truths of the Noble One, as K.R. Norman once argued very strongly. That incidentally is a bit of my teaching style. I tend to pose the conundrums as we go along, that there are different ways you can understand things, and a lot of it comes down to the nature of Pali or Sanskrit as languages and the way they work, which means you can read compounded forms in different ways. Now, they don't know those languages, but what I'm trying them to do is think with a bit of complexity about the past and how we come to have an understanding of it. So we deal firstly with the first of those truths of the Noble One, that there is the arising of dukkha. I do begin with it as the word suffering, and then try to tease out some of the issues with that as a translation of the word dukkha. And so we go into that in some detail. And then in the next week, which is the one we just had today, we look at the second and third of those truths. And so with this one, you can see how I'll break down almost every single week. I'll have primary source readings, and then I'll have a secondary source. The primary source means that it's always from a Buddhist position. A lot of it, a fair bit in the past. I use pretty standard translations, though, they do vary a bit. So in this case, and a lot of that's about accessibility. So this week we're reading the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. We all know that famous sutta, and also the fire sermon, the Adita Pariyaya Sutta, which I have a strong memory with ASA Fira, who did this course once, talking to me about that text, and if she remembers, I misunderstood actually what she was saying to me at the time, because Severa knew these texts really, really well, which I normally don't expect with students. So that you know, and when you get someone like Severa in the course, it's fantastic because it improves the level of the conversation, but you really know someone who's very interested in what we're talking about. So when, you know, a lot of the students though I'm talking to, they've never heard of these things before. They've never heard of the concept. So there's quite a lot of groundwork you have to build up. But usually I will always provide a secondary reading from a scholarly source, but often it's designed at the introductory level because they're discovering these things for the first time. So this one's from Rupert Gettin's book, The Foundations of Buddhism, which I think is a very good introduction as well. And then I give them a whole bunch of additional readings that comes out of the scholarship in the modern period, and I try to reflect a variety of things in doing that. Next week we'll go in and talk about the Noble Eightfold Path. So once again, we're going to look at a couple of suttas. You can see I've changed up my translators. I do that intentionally because I want them to see that translation is not a neutral activity. You've got to make decisions about what words mean, and that involves you know, potential problems and things to think about. And in this case, I've got a reading by Lance Cousins looking at the difference between samatha and vipassana types of meditation as well. And then as the semester rolls on, so I set the groundwork with doctrine, and partly because I think at the intellectual level, the doctrine's broadly shared by most of the traditions. I know they take them in different directions, but it's broadly shared. It is a very intellectual approach to Buddhist thought. You don't have to do that. There are sociological approaches you can do, and I do bring some of that in. But I think these are really impressive intellectual traditions. And I was taught that it's up to us to try to understand those and contextualize those, understand why they emerged. For example, you know, why is there the stress on the no self doctrine? You know, it does help to understand that there were other people stressing strongly self-focused doctrine at the same time, and then what selfness might actually mean in terms of things like permanence or a permanent thing, and then what consequences there are for proposing that there are permanent things. So, you know, I think that it's important for students to realize that these are quite deep and complex intellectual traditions, so I try to give them a taste of that. Then we go on to looking at monasticism, the formation of monasticism. I do have an element there where I talk about gender within Buddhist monasticism as well, and the additional rules that women monastics receive and what happens to women's ordination in quite a significant number of the traditions, and then some of what's happening in more recent times, all of which are very interesting. Students are also very interested in those things. And then I'll look at the upasakas, the lay people, but also in that context, the spread of Buddhism and patronage patterns in historical time, to try to understand, well, how, you know, I know that people like the idea that religions are popular because, or things are popular, ideas are popular because they're good ideas, but I guess I don't usually think that things become popular just because they're good ideas. There are other forces at stake. And so that's trying to talk to them through those factors. You can see in the past that someone you may know has given a guest lecture. Students can't see that, but I've got it on. I don't have it on student view, but Sanka Vasiltilika, he actually taught this course for me once when I was on leave, but also gave some guest lectures occasionally. Sanka was a student of mine in the past. I'll talk a bit about that shortly. We then shift gear and start talking about how Buddhism developed. So I already talked to them about the issue with Sangha and the proliferation of Buddhist Nikayas. And I try to separate out what happens with the emergence of Mahayana. And this is trying to dissolve a bit of a historical problem, because if you look at the world as it is now, the Buddhist world as it is now, students will implicitly treat Mahayana and what we call now Theravada as distinct sectarian traditions. And I try to argue with them that, or make an argument to them that doesn't quite reflect the historical process of the emergence of Mahayana, which did not come out of just one Nikaya. And then we start talking about some of the ideas that are somewhat unique to Mahayana, depending on your perspective, but the development of Bodhisattva doctrines. And then in week 10, we talk about Nagarjuna, and this is no doubt the hardest week that they'll have, I think, because I get them to read the entire Vigraha Vyavartini, which is no mean thing, and try to come to an understanding of what Nagarjuna might have meant by shunyata and the collapsing of categories between samsara and nirvana and those sort of ideas, all of which is great fun, but also often bewildering for the students. And then I have a week where I talk about the emergence of Vajrayana or Mantrayana Buddhism in Northeast South Asia, and then that Buddhism moving to Tibet, and so therefore it's often called Tibetan Buddhism, though of course we all know it's not just Tibetan, historically or now, but that's become a popular terminology. And the last kind of content lecture I do, I try to introduce a new development in a modern setting. I've alternated this lecture. Sometimes I've done it on Buddhist ecumenicalism, for example, in engaged Buddhist movement. Sometimes I've done it on Buddhist nationalism, and sometimes I've combined those. But at the moment, I'm doing it on Ambedkar. I've done this for a couple of years because the emergence of Navayana Buddhism, Ambedkarite tradition, I think is very interesting. It's also, I do like talking about South Asia quite a lot because that's my actual area of knowledge. But this allows us to think about a lot of different processes. Well, firstly, changes in the way ideas are dealt with, but also how religions can inform social and political movements, and further, that the way that sacralizing processes can also occur, because in recent or controversies over the last 10 years or so, the nature of Ambedkar's own writings as texts that are sacred to some people were raised with new editions appearing. And so I talked through some of those issues and why they might come about. We also discussed things like iconography, because there's a very interesting iconography with Ambedkar as well. Anyway, so that's kind of the course. Every week, as I said, is made up of primary sources and secondary sources. So you can see on this one with Ambedkar that there's a reading on from the Buddha and his Dhamma, which was the posthumous publication where Ambedkar almost rewrites Buddhist history. But what I focus on, I mean, I do mention that it's not the typical story, but that it's trying to think about the purpose. What was he trying to achieve by doing that? And then we have a contextual source with Christopher Queen, who's written a bit about engaged Buddhism, and so relating Ambedkar to engaged Buddhism as a movement, and what, again, that's related to social movements too. That's the second last week. So by that point, the students are starting to focus on their essays, and so I'm lucky if they've done the readings properly, but I plough on nevertheless. That gives a sense of the course that I do. Now, what I might do on top of that is explain a couple of other things we do. We have, I might stop sharing for the moment and reshare later. I also have higher degree students, and some of those higher degree students work on contemporary things, and some work on historical things, and some work in that historical context on Sanskrit sources or Pali sources. I should add that my Pali is not at all very good, and really my Pali is only works because I know Sanskrit, and I adapt if I have to work out some Pali. So that's not really my area of specialization, but I can sort of fiddle my way through if I need to. Of course, but Buddhism, it sometimes Sanskritizes, and in different traditions of Buddhism, and there I get a bit more comfortable. In fact, I've got a Sanskrit reading group that we usually run every week. We're on a bit of a hiatus at the moment. We're about to restart, and we're in the middle of reading the Vajrasuchi, which is a text attributed to Ashwagosha, the author of the Buddha Charita, and it's proving to be quite interesting. But I have, in the past, I've had 2 PhD students who've worked especially on Buddhism. One is Sanka Vasatilike, who I talked about earlier, who worked on the Pali Tikas, the sub-commentaries on the canonical texts. And he was awarded his PhD a fair while ago now, maybe 8 or 9 years ago. He might have been my first awarded student, I think, as a PhD. And I actually inherited Sanka as a student from a predecessor of mine here. And, you know, he's been a good friend ever since. So we stay in touch. And he invited me down last year, in fact, to do something I was quite unprepared to do, which was to talk to the young kids and the teenagers at the Allen Grove Monastery about the challenges of growing up in Brisbane when you are Buddhist, you speak, you know, you at Sinhala often at home, you attend the temple on the weekends, and you're also trying to be just like all the other kids. And I've never been asked to do that before. And, you know, I'm a bit disengaged from the world of kids, the truth be told. My son's now 19. But I had a pretty fun day where we just did some exercises trying to think through what the challenges that they face are. And that's a real issue for a lot of diaspora groups. I work with different diaspora groups in Brisbane. You know, I have connections with the Sikh community and the Hindu community and the Buddhist communities. And they all face very similar challenges. How do we maintain traditions? How do we encourage connection? How do we convey the things that we as parents and as teachers think are important to a new generation who are facing a whole lot of complex things that we didn't have to face, and a whole lot of, you know, things presented before them as options that maybe are new things for communities to think about. And pretty much all the communities respond in a very similar way. They use their temple sites to encourage cultural learning and language learning and socializing. It's a very quite a universal pattern, and it becomes a source usually of strength for the communities, though it's not without its challenges. Another of my students who worked on Buddhism is more recently, is just in fact about to graduate, and he worked on Buddhist nationalism, especially in Sri Lanka and Myanmar, and you know, and wrote a very interesting thesis looking at the way that's manifested in the recent period. And I do think that is a substantial issue for us as a community to confront and think about. And we do encounter it here. There is someone involved in the University of Queensland Buddhist community and also the Allen Grove Monastery, who I think is connected to what I think of as a Buddhist nationalist thought base in Sri Lanka that I don't think is particularly healthy. But, you know, I'm not trying to, in that, preach to people who probably think about these things more than I do, but I do think it's a significant challenge. What's the last thing I want to talk about is, before I just open it up for you to ask me questions, so I'm not talking all the time, I want to introduce you to a project that we developed here called the Queensland Atlas of Religion, and we're about ready for launch of this project. I'll just bring up the website. Now, the inspiration for this project came about thinking through, you know, I think a big sociological problem that we have today around ignorance to do with religion, ignorance to do with religious diversity, suspicions towards religious people, and that often leading to unhealthy manifestations in political and social contexts. I'm not sure that Buddhism's always at the cusp of the problematic side of this, though no doubt at some levels, but I think the obvious example is the way that Islam has been treated in the public square in Australia. Not many people know two things about Islam in Queensland. One is that there's been a mosque in Brisbane since 1908, and it was connected with early migrants from South Asia. And the other one is that the first mosque attacked after 9/11 was in Brisbane, and it was firebombed. It was what we refer to often as the Kurubi Mosque, down in, it's actually in the city of Logan, in a bit south of Brisbane. And that mosque is frequented mainly by people from South Asia, a lot of Pakistanis and Bangladeshis, and people from India as well, though others too. And what the community responded to that by starting to narrate their own story as community participants. And they did a documentary, in fact, that appeared on Netflix about that community. But I hope I don't have to argue what a deep injustice that was, and what a misrepresentation, an implicit misrepresentation of what that community stands for and does day to day. So the project is aimed at, it's called the Queensland Atlas of Religion. It's aimed at telling stories about and with religious people and communities, focused on a diversity approach, and it's historical and it's present, as in now contemporary. And it's a variety of things. So some of it's essays, normally around 4,000 words, and some of it's oral history interviews, which include some written material, but also an interview with a person. Obviously, we break it up into 4 governing categories: place, tradition, story, and action. If I go to tradition, and I click on Buddhism, you can see at the moment we have 3 stories that cover aspects of Buddhism within Queensland. By the time this is launched, we'll have at least 1 more. One of those stories is an interview I did with Venerable Rinchen, who's of the Sakya lineage up in Cairns, and she has a gompa, not roughly in the middle of Cairns, and works also in palliative care. She has a very interesting life story, and so the interviews tend to cover certain things. It covers life story, it covers what is happening, or how you discover, in the case of Rinchen, something like Buddhism, because she wasn't born into Buddhism, and then what your community might do and what you might do with your community, and then what other things associated with your life that are important for the story as well. And in Venerable Rinchen's case, it was her work in palliative care, which was very much, I think, informed by her own Buddhist beliefs and practices, though she doesn't do that pastoral care with that front and center. She puts the patient care at the front and center of her activities. And so the way that one will work is we normally, if it's an oral history, we'll have a framing essay that's maybe 500 to 1,000 words, and it's just to try and contextualize the interview. In the case of Venerable Rinchen, we're introducing some ideas and places and people that are not necessarily familiar to the audience. And so what we are trying to do is tell interesting stories and then teach something about people and communities at the same point in time. And what we use pop-ups to explain ideas like dukkha. You can see I give different spellings of that depending on the language and give a definition. Mostly if it's Asian content, I'm the one doing the definitions. Some of it goes into the backstory of who her religious teachers were. One has passed away, one hasn't. How they come into contact, because that is in fact an intriguing question about how people find teachers in a context of someone like Venerable Rinchen, who grows up in Australia, by and large unaware of Buddhism, and then some point in her life encounters Buddhism and certain teachers of it, and then they become her teachers, and then she travels to meet them and they travel to meet her. These are amazing global connections that are almost inconceivable. Well, they are inconceivable prior to the modern period, and so they're products of a Buddhist modernity and a general global modernity. And some of it's explaining, it gives you an opportunity to explain what happened with Tibetans due to the politics in the mid-20th century. And again, not of that, it's known within certain circles very well, but not a lot outside of that. This is a publicly accessible website. Not at the moment, in a sense, because we've made it undiscoverable by Google, whilst we sort out a few issues with it, most of which we have sorted out. But it will be, it's still publicly accessible if you know what the URL is. And eventually, by the mid-year, anyone will be able to find these stories. It means, I use these pop-ups to explain terms like Mahayana and Vajrayana and so on. And we also like to have a visual encounter as well. Venerable Rinchen was a very good interview subject. She spoke very well, and it was a very interesting story, and was a story you could really develop empathy with the sincerity of what she was doing and is doing. It means too that you can do things like this, where the Shak is I could just introduce a picture of the rebuilt original monastery in Tibet. And I think that's, that gives a real kind of global interconnectedness kind of flavour to what this project is trying to achieve. We have other ways of breaking up the content. We do it by place in Queensland. We've broken it up into 7 regions. They're fairly self-explanatory. And so, if you click on Brisbane, we probably have more stories there than elsewhere. You can see just from this that they're different stories. Janet Dean is about a woman who's a Muslim and a leader in her community. Venerable Chan Hom is the abbot at the Thai Buddharam monastery in Forest Lake. Duncan Harrison was a pastor in the Presbyterian Church and part of one of the leaders of the formation of the Uniting Church in the 1970s. That's an interview. The Oliver Crombie story is how a priest, Arthur Preston, and a nurse, Olive Crombie, get together and develop a public health service, which we call Blue Care. If you're up here, you'll see the cars driving around. So, we're trying to convey the sorts of activities that religious communities get themselves involved in. And this one, just as the last example, is looking at an architect, Carl Langer, who designed a lot of churches within Queensland, and in this particular one, a very famous, architecturally famous church at St. Peter's Lutheran School because of its very modern designs. So there are different types of stories. We are mostly interested in interesting stories, and through interesting stories, telling something about religious diversity, and also positive stories about religious communities. Though they're not all without discussing some of the challenges at the same time as well. All right, I might stop there. I realised it's 20 minutes to the hour and I'll have to run off to my tutorial very shortly. So there's 5 or 10 minutes if anyone wants to ask me a question.
So any questions for Adam? Having a post lunch slump, I think.
I do. The story I'm currently working on at the moment for the Atlas is written by Patrick Jory, who is a historian of Southeast Asia at UQ who speaks Thai. And he's written a piece just looking at all the Theravada monasteries in Brisbane. I do hope in the long run to get a story about specifically the Allen Grove Monastery, but there's an idea I have there. I'm not sure I'll be able to do, but that is a kind of longer term idea because we'll keep adding to this atlas over time.
Yes, AJ would like to ask international.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I hope you can hear me.
Just one moment, we're just getting a mic to you. Press the green button.
Yes, thank you. So thank you for your presentation and very interesting one, the study you have been. have you come across any of the Dalai or the new Buddhists in India in your studies? And there's, if you have been connected with any of them?
Someone might just have to repeat the question. It's coming through a little bit unclearly to me.
So, AJ gave a presentation from Ambedkar International, and so he was asking about have you come across the sort of idea of New Buddhism, which I think, AJ, you may not have been in the room when Adam was presenting the course that he's doing, and he was presenting on that. So perhaps if you repeat about what he said earlier.
Yes, the answer is yeah, and so sorry if you missed that, but in my course on Buddhism, the very last content lecture I do is actually on Bhattacharya Buddhism.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that part.
Yes.
No, no problem. I get the students to read some of the Buddha and his Dhamma, and then we think a bit about what was going on as a social justice movement.
Adam, Venerable Metaji, do you have a perspective on the growth in multi-faith initiatives, coalitions of different religions? So it became quite positive a year or two ago, but unfortunately things like the Israel-Hamas issue has really caused lots of multi-faith alliances not to meet at the moment. So I just wondered if you have a perspective you could share.
Well, that's interesting. I must admit I'm a bit out of touch with that as a consequence, though. I mean, in some ways it makes some sense. There's obviously sometimes the things we disagree about are very powerful things. Multi-faith networks, there's a lot of them. They tend to be very active. They tend to feature certain people who are invested in it, and those and some others who don't appear so much. But in Queensland, the multi-faith groups we've had connection with, we do plan to tell some multi-faith stories, actually. One of them is a group out at Toowoomba that was established by a Chinese monastic. I've forgotten the name of it off the top of my head. We've been out there. We spoke to them many years ago. And in that group, you had Baha'i, and Baha'i are at every multi-faith group. There's representatives of the Baha'i just about. There were Buddhists. I can't remember if there were Hindus at that point in time in that group. But there was one or two Christians and Muslims and Sikhs. We do find that it's an interesting phenomenon. It's a modern phenomenon, though we see the same. It reflects the kind of impetus that comes about with things like the World Religions, the Parliament of World Religions that started in 1893. I think, though, there is to some degree a change in the focus. At that point in time, there was a lot of both scholarship, but also people who are involved in faith traditions that tended to think of all religions as being basically about the same thing, and then we just need to come to an agreement on what the same thing is, and then we kind of work out what religion is. Often with that, you had a bit of a view that religions go through an evolutionary process. Some of that thinking, I think, is a little problematic, and they'll end up not achieving multi-faith goals, which I think now is more about mutual understanding. Some people might think we're all about the same thing, but I think they can incorporate people who don't necessarily think that way as well. So what we tend to find is that they're forums for people who actually realise they face similar challenges and goals, and so they become sharing forums. But I do think that's quite interesting what you're saying about the divisions, and that's probably a little bit of thinking what we've got to do if we're engaging those groups, what the consequences of the conflicts like that are in the immediate term. So, does that mean that you've been involved in multi-faith groups, but you're not now because there's no forum, or?
No, there's quite a bit of involvement in multi-faith. Speaking for myself, but and others involving as well. I think it was more reflecting on the situation when you were in a conflict zone.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there are a lot of communities who have, this has obviously been a point of significant tension and conflict. We experience it in the universities as well.
Okay, so Samira has a hand up.
So my experience of UQ is that actually you're very good at communicating about history. And also actually that as a lecturer, you have a lot to say about civil society and, Australian multiculturalism. My question is, for people who may become involved in say like groups like Buddha is born in Sri Lanka, or the types of groups that engage in, I don't know what you call it, like conspiratorial history with nationalistic overtones. How can we help those people?
Help the people who hold the views, or the people who are receiving them.
Either, or the people who hold the views, or what can we do?
Yeah, well, that's hard. I mean, it probably doesn't involve conflict and challenging conversations, because at some point, people's motivations. In Buddhism, I talk about all the time with my students how important volition and mind is, and the motivations behind actions. And I think, if there shouldn't be anything to fear from historicizing religious tradition and trying to be accurate around it according to good historical epistemological principles. At some level, just about every Buddhist tradition emphasizes the humanity of the Buddha. Now, that means, of course, that he must have existed in time and place. It's a historical proposition. And so, I think, talking about why people might be trying to create, I'll broadly just say, kind of nativist arguments about Buddhist origins that are clearly in defiance of any reasonable understanding of the history of Buddhism, as it's produced by both practitioners and academic specialists, who frequently, in fact, overlap. Right, a lot of specialists in the academic field of Buddhist studies are also practicing Buddhists. But I think, the motivation has to be thought about and has to be particularly if the consequences of that type of thinking can lead to things like distemper, or as occurs with the person that I think we're both aware of in the community here, prejudice towards other forms of Buddhism and then other religious traditions, then I do think it needs to be actively opposed, especially in the context of when they're talking to vulnerable people. And by vulnerable, I mean young people who don't know as much and don't have the same community authority. Now, we all know that our status as lecturers or as monastics or as leaders of community groups, it gives you a platform to speak with an authority that is different from the people who are by and large hearing that. And there's a deep responsibility to that. And, we have to be, I think, very careful about what we're trying to do when we're forming young minds. Now, I know in the context of on UQ campus, there's a Buddhist club. They really don't come and study my course. They're doing other courses, but they have been told things which come out of a Sinhala Buddhist nationalist point of view. And I think we all know that in the modern context, a lot of that has led to violent activity. Some of it against the state, but some of it promoted by the state. Those relationships are complex. But always there's other member of the community that gets targeted. And we ought to be, I think, actively working against that just on the basis of simple morality concerns and, and notions of compassion. So I would say we have to speak out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your presentation, note that you have got a lecture to go to.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for spending your time with us and for giving those, giving your presentation and the reflections you've given.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. It's an awkward place to meet people online. So in some ways we met, in some ways it really is just virtual. But maybe sometime in the future we can meet somewhere again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so now we will move, we're going to move to our breakout sessions. So we have these 3 streams that we'll spend perhaps half an hour to about 4:20. The 3 are caste discrimination with AJ, Buddhist funeral education and advocacy with Vera, and the significance of Nancy Temple over 30 years with whoever's here. So given that AJ's on this side and Severa's on this side, so perhaps just gravitate towards those 2. And I was thinking about the significance of Nantian over 30 years. I just want to throw into the mix the fact that Chenrezig Institute in the Tibetan tradition is celebrating its 50 years this year. So there's going to be a lot of celebrations going up in the second half of the year. Which is why we're losing the issue. Just saying, it's good to see the strong establishment of those traditions. So, caste discrimination, discussion around that. And so, if with your discussion of just thinking about, as AJ threw up some ideas for how might we, as ASA, support, cooperate, engage in dialogue or action. And with ASA in relation, I think there were a lot of questions coming up after your presentation that we haven't had time to address. Also address those people here. And those interested in significance of Nantian over 30 years in the middle here. So you go towards those areas and we can see what groups we have happening. And the next 20 minutes, so we'll reconvene at 20+. I mean, next half an hour, more or less, 20+, or we'll reconvene. give some summary. Is AJ giving summary or someone else giving summary?
AJ, do you want me to give the summary?
Metaji will give the summary. Thank you, Venerable Metaji.
Thank you, Venerable Choki. So obviously it was quite an in-depth conversation that we were just getting to understand, you know, the depth of past discrimination, and AGA and this lovely group can face discrimination on a daily basis from people from an Indian background who think they can apply the terms of caste discrimination here, you know, to people who now have residency in Australia. What we offered was that the ASA would try and help with the two goals that the society is looking for. So one is they would really like religious help. They would like more culturalization with Buddhist teachers, helping them develop their own Buddhism. So I think most traditions were represented. So we've talked about sharing materials that we've got, Sunday school presentations, that type of thing. And the second goal was around socialization. So some of us think we've got contacts, you know, with government to help them lobby better, get their message into the public media. So I think it was a very encouraging conversation. Venerable Karunika and others put their hand up to say, we're in, we want to support you. So given AJ's mum is here today, downstairs, you can go down and give her a big hug afterwards and say, turned out to be a pretty good conference for us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just noted, because one of your suggestions or goals that you had earlier in the presentation at AJ was the Dalit History Month. So my understanding is that starts on the 1st of April. Is that correct? Is that April? The Dalit History Month, and you're suggesting maybe we can do something?
Yes, 14 days.
Oh, there's a mic in front of you.
So 14th April is the birth anniversary, birthday of Dr. Ambedkar. And we would like to celebrate the Dalit History Month around that time. So that is something we are trying to promote.
Okay. I guess we can promote any celebrations that you're having. If you're having some celebration, you can celebrate.
Yeah, so this year we are having multiple celebrations for the Ambedkar anniversary. The major event we organize is around the Easter break.
Yes.
So, and it's basically 14 different days, but we try to do it on an Easter break so that people can travel around for that major event.
Yes.
Around the 14th April. There are small events organized at local level, like Sydney, Canada, Brisbane, there, but there's two families or one family who will have to celebrate that. So apart from that, all the other names that I mentioned, like Mapule, Devi and Ramaswamy, all those people's anniversary, try to acknowledge their work. So that sort of thing that we want to bring here. So we want to create those events.
Thank you so much. And as you can see, there was quite a lot of interest in that coming together. And then, is there any feedback from, Buddhist general education and advocacy?
And maybe one of the participants can. Is it possible? Venerable Choki?
Is it possible? Oh, yeah. Okay, well, yeah, we had a good discussion, and I think from what we discussed about a little bit about some of the practices in the different traditions, but also looking at how it's working with the funeral industry currently and how we might be able to inform people, taking up ASA Severa's idea of having a sort of information advocacy for Buddhists of the different, not just the different traditions, but different cultures, so that they have information that it seems people are not informed about what is currently possible, and then working on what, you know, as true ASA Severa's role for what might be possible input back into cemeteries, crematoria, all those organisations you're getting back into. Yeah. And more generally, that actually what came up was in relation to not only the funeral industry, but also that transition from hospital into funeral when people are addressing some issues.
We also found out that people are getting charged extra, you know, if they want to go back to the funeral home and do extra prayers.
Yeah.
So that was something that came up from the discussion as well.
Yeah. Being charged for every visit when you wanted to do prayers every day for some reason. Happens. Everything's got a cost.
If I didn't have a chance to be in your group in the book, but certainly first, many Buddhists actually do their funeral ceremonies in the temple.
Yes.
It's always been charged.
Yeah, we did discuss that some temples like Fukwe here in Level Park as the main one for the needs. Bringing that information together would be valuable for us to do.
The other thing which happened many years ago, even with coffins, you are allowed to make a coffin whether you wish to make it. Please be careful. This is in West Australia. This was many years ago. One person once made it out of very heavy shallow wood. That also almost killed a few other people when they're trying to carry it.
Yeah, be careful. Be careful what you have your pot. It's good to know you can make your own. I've heard that cardboard boats are very expensive. Because coffins really
should go to the supermarket.
Yeah. I would just check with the funeral director before attempting that in New South Wales, because some crematoriums do have limitations on what can actually go into the machine. So, you know, if you want to do something like that, please plan in advance, because otherwise they may not be able to actually take it at the funeral director because they're being informed by the contract.
So it seems we have a lot of information to gather about what possibilities are there for people and what expectations people have, what practices. Then, you know, you were also discussing, for example, yes, she's going to report back about the significance of Nanchen over 30 years.
Well, I think I'll see what it is. That's the thing. It's definitely a treasure, a jewel in the crown for sure. We've spoken about everything that's been achieved, and as much as you know, we walked in here, and I know myself personally thought, wow, what a conference centre, so modern, so well appointed, but it's actually old. It's 30 years old and needs upgrading. But yeah, anyway, I think it's wonderful. Going forward, the biggest restraint for the temple side is there were group of southern. Very difficult for them to get someone. There's only 20 of them here that run the whole place all year round. So very, very difficult. And cost of it. So going forward, recruiting some is probably the biggest issue. Then so if there's any way to promote somehow help, you know. But yeah, I mean, fantastic achievements for 30 years. And yeah, lots in the pipeline for the next 50. Lots to do. But some summer on the ground for them would be their biggest hope. Yeah.
Okay, so thanks very much. I think that resonates with all of us. More Sangha on the ground. We don't proselytize, but we might recruit. Anyway, so, and I think part of your presentation, this morning was also talking about getting younger, how we engage younger people generally. It would seem that you're doing that better than the rest of us, so I'm not sure anybody can tell you what to do. In terms of providing things generally in the community. But yes.
Try our best.
Yes, no, it really is so impressive here, and this is the, I believe the third time we've had our ASA AGM here, conference here. It's just always fun. Such graciousness to us. Generosity. It's okay. The gong. We're used to gongs, right? So thank you everyone. And are there any final comments from our discussions before we draw the event to a close? Shall we how would we like to we're going to close? First of all, thanking all our wonderful presenters throughout the day. I have to say a particular thank you to ASA for pretty much organising all the speakers. Well as her own contribution and so forth, and to everyone on the outgoing and those stepping up for the incoming committee of ASA, to say as incoming chair, I've been thinking about the next conference and thinking about taking on the ideas that we've discussed here and that together. So there's a lot to digest and a lot to go forward with. Well, I can do a chanting dedication from the Tibetan tradition, and then maybe we have the Mandarin in itself. Okay. All right. So I'll do from the Tibetan tradition. Lama Sangye Salado Pasho Chancho Sencho Rinpoche Matye Pana Kepana Pame Kaya the Theravada.
Kanto Ibuto Chatuan Bawa Sabi Viva Chantu Savaroko Lina Satu Mate Bawa Sukiti Kayo Bawa Apiwa Tanasiri Sanitra Buddhan Pacharino Chatalo Vatanti Arivan Sukha Pala.
From the Vietnamese tradition. Đem công đức này hướng về công tất cả đệ tử và chúng sanh đều trọn được hạnh phật đạo.
为牺牲片刻间，心结缘不变，常境界很平等，常会感恩大不慈。
So
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. It's a great honor for us to receive you, and I hope you enjoy this. Well, I would say mini retreat, yeah. And it's a great pleasure to be born.
Thank you again very much for hosting us and not only people, to all the nuns here who work so hard, and thank you for making your time available for our meeting. And both you and the Institute. So for those who are staying this evening, there's 6 p.m. is supper. If you're having breakfast then in the morning, 7:30 a.m. breakfast and then check out. So farewell. So some Vox Pops interview about today, just a quick interview so that hopefully we can share our little snapshots. Please.
Maybe we could get a J before he leaves. Okay, just honestly, little books was there, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I can hang around.
See you. Take care. Bye.